is also your first LAN. Is that right?
Yeah, it's right. So that's why I need to call.
What do you think the big difference would be for you and your playing?
For me, it's not a big difference. I know how to play on stage. I don't think it will be a hard thing for me. I'm confident.
And for you, who is your biggest competition when it comes to Europe and Major 3?
The best team is obviously Pixie, Vaniac, and Marius.
If you were to drop on Flooded Frogs, who would win in that off-spawn fight?
Me against Vaniac? Me, of course. I'm the best fighter, I'm the best player, I'm the best controller.
Which controller players do you respect?
Ah, every controller. I respect every controller player. I respect more my teammate, Guama. Big controller player. You will see him in 1 year. He will win everything with me. We can put search, we can fight, we can win, we can do everything.
Before I let you go, where can we find you online?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch. It's Akira Hell2. And on Twitter, it's Akira FN.
Parfait. Merci à vous.
All right, chat, let's get it. Let's go. We are hitting the FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals Day 1 for EU today. Let's get up in here. Let's go. Let's enjoy it. If you're new to the channel, make sure y'all hit that like, subscribe, and alert button. We're going to sit back, relax, watch this pre-show, and we're going to hop up in there, and we're going to get to that game 1. I believe there's going to be 6 games today. Hang out, enjoy. Hop in the chat, conversate. Also, we will be hitting NA Central this afternoon, so y'all stay tuned for that. And in between, we will also be doing the live event, and we will be hopping into the event that's happening in Blitz Royale. So y'all stay tuned for that. It's going to be a pack-filled day. So let's get it, let's go, and have some fun. God bless each and every single one of y'all. And I am going to go mute for now, and I will catch y'all in a few.
welcome to the FNCS Europe Major 3 Finals. It's been a long competitive season, but after this weekend, we'll know our representatives in Lyon at the Global Championships. And representing the desk today, we have 112K and Mini Miner. Boys, can you believe we've got to this point? Just 2 more days of the online season 11.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Whether I believe it or not is a whole different thing. I just know that right now what I'm feeling is excitement.
Yeah, I couldn't be more the same. I mean, this is major finals. This is Fortnite. This is FNCS. This is the final chance to qualify for the Global Championship. So much on the line. The Global Champs is on the way, and the major finals, they never disappoint.
Well, before we kick off the finals, we need to take a look back at Wednesday and Thursday at the last chance qualifiers and look at who managed to make it. There were just 3 spots left this weekend, and iDropCharry and Cammy were the first to take it by force. And they obviously didn't have the best group stage, but 10 eliminations, Mini Miner, they were really on something.
Yeah, the very first game of the last chance qualifier, typical Cammy fashion as well. The way they played that game was so strong. They looked just dominant that entire game, Levin, playing it from height, winning on heel off. I think this was a performance that just showed that they deserve to be in the major finals.
Absolutely. Look, there's always one team in every single FNCS major we've had that is just way too good to be in the last chance qualifier. And this season, it really was these guys. These are 3 players who, you know, in other seasons are getting put in conversations to win FNCSs, right? So for these guys to have been there, they made it look easy. I'm expecting, you know, big things out of them this weekend. It's going to be a tough situation for them, though, Mini.
Yeah, they are contested today at that Shining Span area, so I'm intrigued as to what's going to happen here. Remember, historically, Cammy and Seti always had off-spawn troubles, and it always has been Cammy and Seti having off-spawn troubles. Now we've got Cammy with a different complexion, different trio. Are they gonna suffer from the same problems? Is it gonna be Cammy that's potentially leading the team astray here? We'll see.
Well, we don't have to wait too long to find out. A more surprising trio to qualify has to be Robin, Kylie, and Timo. I mean, Robin, he's in his 2nd full season of the Fortnite, and we've got Kylie, who is actually in probably his 6th. He's been there since the start, Levin.
Yeah. I mean, look, Robin and Kylie, both players I think lots of people will be familiar with if you watch EU Competitive, both players who have been around for some time. It's really Timo who I think a lot of people will be looking at as the question mark in this one, Mini.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Kylie himself actually just retired from Fortnite after the group stage and then ends up making it into the last chance qualifier with this trio, then wins a game to make it into the major finals. It just shows that what this major finals format, or what this last chance major format can sort of bring for teams that are coming through, because I think he had in his mind that he wasn't going to be playing in this.
Look, I always tell people, in Fortnite, you never retire. You just don't have teammates you like enough. And that's really the difference maker. He found a team he likes, and now they're playing in the major finals. Really exciting.
So, Levin, if you've quit the desk and maybe headed to North America next season, we'll know the reason.
Don't try me.
We'll know why.
No. We've got to talk about our final trio to qualify. It's Howley's trio with Hizix and Dandy Puzo. They came 12th back in Group 1. And this is, again, a trio that we probably didn't expect to take that last spot, Levin.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the last chance qualifiers, I think everybody was expecting the team to take that last spot to be Sharks trio after the 2 consecutive 2nd places. And unfortunately for them, Game 3 ended in another 2nd place, and it was at the hands of Howley, Dandapuzo, and Hizix, who were up on height. It was a very exciting finish, a very exciting game. These guys, though, are major finals level quality players, Mini Miner, right? And so regardless of how they've made it in here, they are a team that can make waves in this lobby. They are a team that, you know, can go for height in some of these games if the right zones pull for them.
Yeah, I think this is a team that we often see performing well in the sort of group stage, last chance qualifier, that level of competition. We're yet to see them perform big in a major finals yet. We haven't seen a huge performance from these guys, and it's going to be tough for them this weekend as well. Currently shaping up to be landing at Utopia City, double contested potentially there as well. So who knows what's going to happen with that off-spawn situation. They really threw a spanner in the works for that drop map going into the major finals. So excited to see what they can do.
There are a lot of spanners in the works when it comes to the drop map, though. Minimana, can you tell me what on earth's going on with this Queasy Malabuka situation? I thought they were going to be conning each other at Demons, but now that might not be the case. What's going on?
Yeah, well, that was the initial start of the story. Going into the major finals, myself and everyone included thought that this was going to be the contestation on the screen. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy against Malabuka, Wox, and Ping, all the way down there at Demon's Domain. And this looked like a Titan head-to-head, Levin, but it seems like after a 6-0 in scrims, Malabuka, Wox, and Ping have moved. They lost 6-0 off spawn to Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy, and I think this move could make sense for them now.
Yeah, look, I'll give some insider insight here, right? From my rumblings and talking in the streets, it was actually somewhat known that Malabuka's trio had been potentially preparing a different drop in the lead up anyway, right? So I know that they were already having doubts about landing there. And I think that scrim session really just solidified it for them, right? They were almost like looking for the reason of like, yeah, man, we gotta get out of here, man. We can't contest these guys 12 games of a major final. And as much as it's good to see them make that decision to leave, because you don't want to see two major teams like that contesting each other, they've moved into another spot with a major team who can contend and who can win at Utopia City. So it's just really messy right now, Frankie.
Well, whenever something's messy, whenever something's dramatic, obviously Venno has to throw in his 2 cents. He seems to be claiming that Queasy's already won this major, Levin.
Yes, and it's understandable, right? On paper, looking at it, Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, uncontested at Demon's Domain. Yeah, of course, GG's, they've won. Let's wrap it up now. Let's give them the championship. But at the same time, I know Venno and I know Queasy. And if you know Venno and Queasy, for a while now, they've had this back and forth going on with mental games, mind tricks, right? In different interviews, tweets. And for quite some time, Queasy's been winning these mind games. He's been getting in Venno's head quite a bit. And I think this is Venno trying to do the reverse, right? I think he's trying to give all the pressure to Queasy and say, hey, man, you can't lose now, bro. Come on.
So Levin, just on that thought, is Queasy actually going to be uncontested, or is Hizik coming his way with his newly qualified trio?
The questions continue. The questions continue, Minimana, man. I mean, look, we thought, it was going to be that they were uncontested after Malabuka left. Then Hizik's trio went, well, we don't want to be triple con at Utopia City. We're not getting involved in that. We're going to go to Demon's Domain instead. And it's funny because in all of this, right, you're thinking, if you're one of the viewers at home, you must be thinking, oh, man, poor Queasy, man. He must be fuming about this, right? Like, he thought he was uncon for about half an hour, and then all of a sudden things change. But Minimana, that might not actually be the case. He might not actually be too upset about this.
Yeah, the Queasy replies to that post saying, I didn't prep on con. I've been contested all season in the divisional cups, in the performance evals. I've been contested. I've been working on my drops, making sure we get those chests first and understanding search in there. Con us, we need it.
Queasy's calling him out and tell him, come on. We'll take some action.
It does sort of throw in a question of maybe this is trying to intimidate them, maybe to try and make them not contest. I'm not too sure whether he actually wants to be contested or not, but that's a really interesting sort of point right now, because who's going to contest where, who's going to be going where, will Queasy be contested? Who knows at this point?
I think he's mind gaming, Levin.
Look, Queasy's always prone to mind gamer, but I don't know because, there have been problems with them getting Surge, right? Last major, a lot of people thought they were going to win. We know they had their struggles with Surge at sometimes in these games. And so him saying, hey, we've not prepped to be on con, maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know if I believe that because it's Queasy, but I don't know. Genuinely, I am at a point of I don't know what he's thinking. I just know they have to perform this weekend because everybody's been saying we expect an FNCS winning performance out of them for a while now.
Yeah, and we've sort of seen them being uncontested previously, right? Lots of expectations. I think it was an old Seaport City, now Utopia City, that they were uncontested. Lots of people had big expectations on these guys. So whether they are going to be contested, whether they're not, I think Queasy will have prepped to be uncontested. I don't think there's a world in which Queasy hasn't prepped for every single outcome. So I think he will be a little bit disappointed that this team could potentially be contesting them, but we still don't know yet. It's all going to come down to game 1.
But we definitely know he's going to be prepared either way. And so will our commentators, the best Taco and Takata.
I'm certainly prepared to see some crazy action over the course of this last chance for these teams to try and lock in for the global championship here at Takata. But we have to look back. We have to see where we got to in the first place and every other event that took place before this Major 3 Grand Final. So a little roadmap action coming under review here shortly because it's been a year, Takata.
It's been a journey, Taco. We've had 2 online majors already. We had a little mid-year Pro-Am break, and then right back in to Major 3, where we are right now in the finals, and that is just behind the Global Championship in France later this year. I say later, but it's literally coming up very quickly. But the issue is, Taco, we have the Global Championship in France, and there's no native French representation qualified yet.
Yeah, I mean, Global Championship is quite literally right around the corner there in September, Takata, and that's the real key word there is French and native players, because you're looking at a huge event in your home country. Of course, you want to make sure that you are qualified for it, and there are so many capable players, but at the same time, Takata, even when we reflect back on some of the previous best French placements from past LAN events, there's still a lot kind of thrown up in the air here.
Yeah, I mean, the last top placement was from Bad Sniper, the Invitational 2022, 2023, and 24, kind of going a bit downhill. So hopefully this year, 2025, we can get some French players qualified and see a high-end performance once again.
Hey, I mean, we got the likes of Akira and whatnot looking to get dicey out there, so we'll just have to see what happens next. But Frankie, what you got for us?
Definitely going to get very dicey. We are going to talk about some of the big trios to not qualify for the Global Championships in Lyon in just a moment. But before we do, why don't we hear from one of those players aiming for a spot this weekend? He's French and he's called Akira.
We know how to play together. That's why we were very good. We know how to play together. We know how to fight together. We know how to play in end game together. We know how to rotate mid game together. We know how to put storm surge for. We know everything together. That's why I say that we are playing for the wins this season. We're playing for the major 3 wins.
Fantastic to hear from Akira there. He'll be playing with his best friends, Karama and Werex, at 11 this weekend, and the chemistry is clearly there.
Yeah, and I mean, it shines through so much. We watched them last weekend, Mini, in the group stage, and everything about them was exactly how Akira said. The key word, together. They were on point. Some of the performances individually, I think all three of them just had games where they popped off and showed their individual brilliance. If you have 2 or 3 of these guys together in an endgame, they are playing together. Mechanically, they are so impressive. They will all bring out these showstopper moments at times if you allow them to. I'm really hopeful about these guys qualifying for the Global Championships.
Yeah, what I love about that little clip right there is he just starts listing off every single thing that they can do. We can do this, we can do that, we can do this, and he's absolutely right. Their off-spawn situation's looking really good. They're building on last season's performance. I think the potential problem that they might have is that pressure. They're a French team in the lobby. A lot of people are expecting big things from them. A lot of people are saying this is the best French team in the lobby. And for Kramer and Werex, they made their first major finals last season. So not only are they making their second ever major finals after a really good performance, they've now got almost the weight of an entire country on their shoulders. So excited to see how that affects them this weekend.
They were nearly 100 points clear at the top of the consistency board in Group 3 last weekend, so I got high hopes for these guys. However, we've got to talk about a legend of LAN now. Trulex has not qualified with Tini and Skavi yet, 11, and it was actually a closely run thing in their group, so I don't know about you, but I'm worried.
It's time to start getting worried, because look at the previous LAN results from him, right? 2022 Invitational 30th, but the previous 2 years, Trulex has come third on LAN. He is the LAN riser. He is the player who you know you're going to get a top performance online. He's going to rise to the occasion, have some big games, big moments. And Mini, I was so excited going into trios, because I really did feel like if Trulex coming into this year could get 2 players who play the way he plays, or we could teach to play the way he plays, he's going to be on, guaranteed to make it to LAN and dominate on LAN again. And it just hasn't quite worked out for him. He hasn't been able to find that team and make that thing work. And even though this is the team he's landed on for Major 3, it still doesn't feel like it's working just yet, Mini.
Yeah, it hasn't been the greatest season, greatest performances from them. They only just snuck in through the play-ins into the group stage. That was a 97th place for them. Remember, top 99 qualified, so only just about snuck in there. And I think it's a very similar story for Tini and Skavi as well. They've been really struggling to find that third that fits, that works throughout the entire season. I think they've had back-to-back 20 seconds, if my memory is correct, there in Major 1 and 2. So they haven't quite been able to figure out that winning formula yet. But I think if they do make it through to the Global Championships, they will be a team to watch. I think it's just all about getting there for these guys right now.
And we really want to see Trulex make it, man. Fortnite's LAN history is small, right? But when you're looking at that small history, Trulex has to be considered one of the greatest LAN players of all time. That can't continue if he doesn't make it. We all want to see him make it there.
Well, Seti hasn't made it yet either, Levin. With Yapko and Panzer now, it was his last chance. He had to split from Cammy. But this is a trio that's come together very quickly and very successfully so far.
All eyes on Seti. All eyes on Seti, man. You know, when you stop playing with Cammy, a lot of people were looking at that trio and looking at Seti as potentially the quote-unquote problem, right? Over the past year and a half, he's been the one that people have said he's not risen to the occasion. He's not at the level anymore. He needs to perform. He's made it to the major finals with more ease than Cammy's trio. We'll point that out, right? And this is now a chance for Seti to show, no. I'm still that guy. I'm still a top-level player.
Yeah, back to usual for these guys as well, landing over towards Lone Wolf Lair. I think this is a trio that are developing. The players are developing as well. We've seen some great performances from all three of these players in the past. I think now it's just about coming together now for this weekend. I know a lot of their strategy sort of revolves around going for that island nice and early on, so expect to see them up there going for those Storm Surge tags, making those end games. We have an experienced trio here, so expecting big things from them. I don't think it's an FNCS winning team, but definitely have the quality to qualify for Globals.
Let's talk about a trio. You know I love to talk about Pink, Nebs, and Kiro because Mini Minor, this is a trio that's turned things around so quickly for Pink. It was not a bad start to the season, but now they are looking better than ever.
Yeah, well, going into last major, I remember I didn't have too high expectations of this trio. How well were they going to do? I think they surpassed those expectations from myself and a lot of other people included. So for these guys now, it's just about building on this. They're looking pretty solid this season so far. A little bit better results actually coming into the major finals. So going into it with a little bit more confidence as well. So really excited to see what these guys can do.
Look, all three of these guys are three players who are sort of just hanging off the edge of like the elite. When you're looking at who are the elite top-level Fortnite players in EU, their names are all sort of there, but, you know, missing out on Globals this year would start to put that into jeopardy, right? You can't miss back-to-back lands if you're Pink, Nebs. And so it's really important that this weekend these guys show up.
I think they will show up, especially as they've employed a new coach. He's called Harry, and we caught up with him earlier to see how things are going. Hello, Coach Harry. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I'm an FNTasia superfan, so I'm very familiar with your voice and your wisdom. But for anyone watching FNCS today who doesn't know who you are, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself?
Hello, my name's Harry. I've been a Fortnite coach now for 6 years, done a bit of streaming, and this season I'm coaching Pink's trio for this FNCS.
So how did you get involved with the boys?
So Pink messaged me at the start of this season looking to take his trio sort of to the next level. You know, he's had a couple of decent seasons recently and he kind of wanted to push a little bit further. Also them going to boot camp as well. They felt it was the perfect time.
Harry, I know you know, for a long time, and I've had many conversations with you about Fortnite, so I know the massive respect you have had for Pink as an IGL. Talk to me about actually working with these guys now, and sort of when you started working with them, what was like the biggest thing going in that you were like, okay, I need to improve this, or this needs to change for us to become a contending trio?
Yeah, so I think when first starting working with them, I think it's just about consistency, right? When you're a top team and you've been playing for a long time and changing metas, you know, some of the fundamentals maybe fall through the cracks. So it's just about bringing the consistency so they can let their talent show. They're all extremely talented players, and you just got to give them the room to be able to show that every game.
Yeah, I mean, they're very talented players, of course. You're a very talented coach as well. I think a lot of people want to know, what do you actually do? How do you coach people? Do you sit in call with them? Do you prep beforehand? What does that look like inside?
I think it's a bit of everything, really. You know, sitting in scrims, watching them play scrims, VOD viewing them, doing preparation. I think it's a bit of everything, kind of what everyone really expects out of a coach. That's what all the top-level coaches do on top of, like, you know, BloodX and Razru. It's a similar type of thing. It's a bit of live coaching, a bit of VOD viewing, a bit of preparation.
Let's take a look at Pink's previous performances. Let's take a look back, in fact, at the last couple of years, the last 6 majors. You'll notice there's a bit of a gap there because he didn't make it to Global Championships in 2024. Him and Miro in North America, they came 31st in Chapter 5, Major 3. So tell us, how are you going to see Pink sail to the top of that graph this major, Harry?
I think as I said, I think it's down to the consistency, right? I think if you, and obviously I've spoken to him about the previous seasons that I didn't work with him in, it's just, he got a bit unlucky with a bit of meta changes between or just before the finals. And then on top of that, I think maybe just making sure he knows all the variables that can happen in a game, right? The things that can go wrong, the when you know you're strong and when you can kind of take that to the next level and win those games and have those pop-off games in grand finals. And that's what he'll be looking to do this grand finals.
I love the optimism you have, of course, because, you know, when you're working with such talented players, you know that the talent's there and you have to allow that to shine. But, you know, as much as this is a big moment for this trio in terms of the pressure of making it to globals, it's a big moment for you as well in that, like, this is, you know, one of the highest profile teams you've ever worked with, right? It might be the first time you've worked with a team who potentially has the ability to even go out and win an FNCS, right? So talk about the difference for you as a coach and your experience and what's had to improve and change on your behalf.
I think some things are definitely easier, you know, when you're working with more talented players, they take things on board a little bit quicker, you know, you don't have to repeat things over and over again. But it's about, as you said, it's about trying to help them win an FNCS. It's not about, oh, what are the top teams doing and can you try and like add that to a, you know, a lower level team. It's, can you figure out your own meta? Can you figure out your own way to play that's going to help you win a tournament? It's trying to figure things out for yourself instead of, you know, just seeing what the top teams are doing and, you know, trying to see if there's anything you can add onto it. It's just figuring it all out yourself and having a lot of hard conversations and testing a lot of things out to see what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, taking a look at that graph right there as well. We saw Pink with a great performance in Chapter 4 Major 1, or Chapter 5 Major 1, I should say. Really great performance from him there. Lots of confidence, I think, going into that. Are we expecting that this weekend? Are we expecting a confident Pink performance? Tell us about what the trio is going to be playing like.
I mean, yeah, you should expect some a high-level performance. You know, it's what you come into tournaments for. High-level players come into every tournament to try and win. You know, there's no reason to compete if you're not going to try and win the tournament, right? It's what all the top-level players are going to be expecting. So Pink's trio, Pink, Nebs, and Kira are going to be expecting the same. And yeah, I'm looking forward to watching them play. I'm really excited to see them play, and I think it'll be a good showing for sure.
Harry, who is the biggest competition for your boys this weekend?
I think it's Vina, Vico, Flixie. I think if you've been looking at scrims, and I know a lot of people are saying Vanya, Pixie, Marius, and obviously after their success last season, but if you look at their situation off spawn at boxcars and how they're playing and how much power they have around the map and how much they dictate how other teams play, they're playing a much nicer game than a lot of other teams are, in my opinion. And I think with the talent they have in their trio, the individual skill they have on top of the game plan they have, I wouldn't be surprised to see them right at the top of the leaderboard for sure.
Coach Harry, where can we find you online?
You can find me on Twitter at CoachHarry_ and once every few months on Twitch at Coach_Harry.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Levin, we know that Coach Harry is going to be standing by on comms for Pink's trio this weekend. Do you think he's ever going to have to step in at any point and try and give them some calming words?
Yeah, absolutely. That's part and parcel of the role of a coach, right? He needs to be there to support them and give them the pick-me-up when needed. And you know, as much as I make fun of Harry all the time because he's my friend, he's amazing at what he does. So I'm confident he'll be a great addition to this team.
Well, we are going to run some numbers now. Why? Because Levin and Mini Miner, they sometimes get things right, but they also get things wrong. So let's leave it up to science. Science, Levin 2K, because we asked Kinch's computer to run the data and predict a top 5. So let's kick off with our 5th place trio, according to the numbers. And it's Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, which is interesting because obviously the Fortnite community is saying they're one of the favourites to win this weekend, Levin.
Yeah, so Kinch's computer predicts like the likelihood of winning, right? It gives the teams a percentage chance of winning this weekend. And so this team being in 5th, I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. I think the numbers have had to be adjusted, right? The computer had to rerun the numbers a bit, especially with the whole off-spawn situation being how it is, Mini. But I mean, it does make sense. I think there's going to be question marks around whether or not this team stays uncontested all throughout the weekend. And even if they do, how well were they prepped for being uncontested? That definitely plays a part.
Yeah, the computer was working overtime, I think, yesterday with all the changes that was going on. I think it really does depend on what the contestation looks like. We know Queasy's team can perform very well when they make it off-spawn, and they have prepped a lot off-spawn. I've been watching a lot of their off-spawn fights against Malibuka. Their drops have been really, really solid, and they know how to play when the drops aren't the best as well. So whoever contests them, whether it's Hizix's team, whether it's someone else, I'm sure they'll be prepared.
Well, the computer seems to be favouring Malibuka, Wox and Ping because it has put them into 4th place on the leaderboard, boys. It's going to be interesting to see if these guys do struggle with being contested or if there are any surprises throwing their way, because that doesn't seem to be their favourite thing, Minnie.
Yeah, it's tough for these guys because it's really important to how well they play off spawn. I don't know how long they've been preparing to land at Utopia City, whether it's been a thing that's been in the works for a few weeks or whether it's not. I think they can pop off very much like Queasy's team if they do make it out off spawn for maybe 6 out of the 12 games. They can make those games count. So maybe a little bit high considering the off spawn situation on the map at the moment.
I mean, yeah, I think the computer's looking at both of them being contested, and it's like, you know, and it gave them a slight higher percentage, which I would agree with just based off of like last season's major finals performance. Like when you look at how they played that day one, we've not seen a performance like that from Queasy's trio. So I think putting them slightly higher makes sense, but also at the same time, I don't know, man, because like that off-spawn situation looks rough.
Can I say, I don't know about this computer, because when you look at who's in 3rd place, I know the chat's going to be against me right now, but I wouldn't have put Vico, Venom and Flixie here based on their performance last weekend, Levin, but obviously I'm not the expert.
Yeah, I mean, she's certainly not the expert, Frankie. We don't
No, everyone knows that. Okay, all right.
Did you make this list, Frankie?
You know, I actually disagree with the computer on this, and I probably would have had them slightly higher. I think I would have put them slightly higher, 15% chance of winning. Look, I think a lot of people obviously, you know, have their question marks about this team. They've had a rock and roll sort of year, right? Started the year very well, and then the middle has just been a bit of a go next. And now we're here, and I do feel really good about this team's chances today. And for a lot of the reasons that Coach Harry said earlier, I think this team's a real threat, Minnie.
Well, they're 3 of the best players in the region, if not the world. So, you know, you put all 3 of them together in the meta right now. Fighting is so important. I think the computer's sort of looking back at last major. They didn't have the greatest time. Of course, that day 2 was a little bit troublesome for them, particularly with the off-spawn fights. Now they've got an uncontested drop spot. They've been preparing it very well. And I think that added bit of preparation going into this weekend is going to help them so much. So, yeah, I agree. I think they could be first.
Minnie, the computer's definitely watched the last major because in 2nd place, it's put Fredoxy, Pablo and Tino. Again, didn't have the smoothest of group stages, but we know they can come out fighting.
Yeah, their group stage performance wasn't fantastic. They took all 5 games to qualify through. They almost didn't, I suppose, as well. And I know Fredoxy said on socials it was the worst Fortnite he's played in a while. So I think they did have a little bit of a wobble there, but it's undoubtedly, you know, you can't argue with the fact that these guys are a fantastic team, landing at Supernova Academy as well. Fredoxy's a fantastic off-spawn fighter, so any surprise contestation situations, they might not struggle. I think this is about right for this Trio 11 in 2nd place.
Ooh. I think I'd go slightly lower. Look, they're not a one-hit wonder. I do think after last season's performance, you know, many people probably would have expected them to drop off a little bit. They've stayed at a very high level. I just think I'd give the edge to Veno's trio when I'm looking at just the combination of talent experience. I think Chino will be a big factor in how well these guys do this weekend, so all eyes on him to see how he does. But I think I'd go slightly lower for them than the computer.
I'm hearing that the computer was made in Denmark, boys. Let's take a look at our number 1 prediction. And to be fair, I'm with the computer on this one. Vanya, Pixie, and Marius Miniminer.
Hard to argue with it. Last season's major final winners. Another great season this season. Played 1 game of the group stage, 1 on height, very first game. We haven't seen them that much this season, landing at the same drop spot level, employing the very similar strategies with the talent in all 3 of these guys have. I can't see a reason why they won't do well or even win this FNCS.
Is it going to be free for free from Flooded Frogs this year? That's the question we've got to be asking at EU. I mean, look, like you said, you can't really argue the computer on this one. Reigning champs, they've performed like reigning champs typically do this season. You know, look, Pixie's been looking like the best player in the EU for a lot of this season. This is a great chance for him to solidify that and really showcase that he is the current number 1 in EU after a major final performance here. I like the spot for them. I think they're looking like the favourites right now.
Miniminer, any trios that the computer didn't mention that you'd predict for big things this weekend?
I mean, I think a little bit of an underrated team, Giras, Franek, and Dinas. I think this is going to be a really exciting team. They've been on the come-up ever since this entire year, and I think they performed very well last major, so they have a drop spot they know well. Keep your eyes on those guys. A little bit of an underrated team, maybe.
I didn't think you were going there. I really thought you were about to give us the other Polish trio, Dimash, Dam, and Pix. Obviously, I know the off-spawn situation looks weird for them, but I think if there's anyone that can figure it out, it'd be them. They've shown that they can adapt well over 2-day formats here.
Yeah, if it was a Polish computer, they'd definitely be number one, I think, Levin.
Absolutely.
I do think it's going to be one of the hotly contested finals of the competitive era of Fortnite, because obviously we're quite far in now, 6 years, and everyone wants to go to globals. There's only 4 spots up for grabs here at 11, and a number of the trios we've already discussed have actually qualified. So is there a trio you think is definitely going to make it through to Leon this weekend? 11 2K guarantee.
Definite is tough. Definite is always tough. I mean, I can't give you a guarantee on this one. I feel like there's so many names you can throw in the hat. There's people I feel really good about, but I can't give no definites right now. I feel like it's really up in the air, which makes it more fun for us to watch.
It does. And we've got 12 games left of the European season. We're not going to waste a single second. So let's board the battle bus and head over to Taco and Takata.
Thank you so much, Frankie. The good news is you don't have to wait much longer. We've already been through 2 majors. We've been through the play-ins, the groups, and we're now in the finals of Major 3, the last shot for the final 4 trios to qualify to the Global Championship here on EU. What's interesting, Taco, is after looking at kind of those computer predictions, you know what? I'm going to stop you right there because the battle bus is ready. We're not waiting any longer. Let's get into it.
All right, chat, let's get in here. Let's go. Game 1, Major 3 Finals. Day 1, about 2 days. Let's get it. Let's go.
Finally approach Takata. We are looking at the final opportunity for these players to try and lock in their seats on the battle bus for the Global Championship. Nerves have got to be at an all-time high. And given what the Des touched on earlier today, talking about some of these off-spawn situations, I'm expecting things to get very active very early on, which might be a little bit against the typical nature of first game environment in a finals.
Wait a second. So, hold on. What are we seeing here?
We are seeing the culmination of great minds at work.
Gosh.
And we are about to witness an all-out brawl fest for who's actually going to take over Demon's Domain. That very first touchdown will be the real difference maker. And for Malabuka, Queasy's teams, they're both looking to get that.
Luka's touching the ground a little weak already.
Overhead, first one for Reyes, and he's hoping that he comes up big here, because they want to try and jump in to the action as quickly as possible. But Ping walks Malabuka already able to reconvene. They're just waiting for the initial approach here. Merstat's going to get a little bit tagged up in the process, but Queasy with the overhead coverage fire walks now, dancing around, trying to see if he can escape. Malabuka, no shields whatsoever. He's going to be forced outside of the building here, and it's Queasy still coming up big, but Merstash, so much trouble. He has to take a moment to heal.
Always expect the unexpected. Not a single knock has come through yet, but I talked too soon. Malabuka on the ground, walks fully eliminated. It's now quickly turned into a tragedy for Ping as he's forced into a 1 versus 3, putting aggro onto Queasy. But with the backup from Merstash, with the backup from Swizzy, this should be a quick cleanup for Queasy.
Dang, chat, wasn't they the ones that called out somebody to come visit? I can't remember if it was Merstash or Malabuka that called it out. But I feel like it was Malabuka that called them all out.
It never hurts to kind of test the waters, but game 1, rapid decline. Gonna have to revisit how game 2 actually plays out. Howley, gotta keep an eye on the back of your head, because teams could strike from anywhere, and given the nature of just how surge heavy these early moments have been for so many teams, it comes as no surprise really that Howley is trying to be diligent about his duty, try to lock in for a little bit of that surge, but playing it out at Utopia. And I know that we've been considering Demus' team a natural dark horse in FNCS lately, Takata, but it's a little bit of a stalemate initially. Same case scenario, not going to be at play here for Ferdoxy and Chino, though. They are having to try and clear up pump power.
I'm impressed at how quickly they were actually able to go from Supernova Academy to Pumped Power, having the whole POI uncontested. It just shows how much preparation has went into this tournament, how efficiently they can loot up and get right into the action. these quick eliminations early on can mean everything to set them up for the late game. But you don't want to get overconfident. The pressure's on to Fincheck. Nothing coming of it yet. Just a bit of damage, which might be more than enough.
But look at the positional displacement coming from Fincheck and Pradaj. They are so split from Cantry. All it takes is a singular collapse, and that seems to be exactly what Fradoxy is anticipating. Fincheck going to be able to provide a little bit of return attack fire, but Cantry has been isolated. Cantry has been eliminated. Pradaj now looking to just take the Surf Cube on out of here. Pump power is no longer welcome for this team, and they need to play for the reboot. That's going to disorient their game plan really early on here, and that's only if they're even able to make it to that reboot in the first place. Because Fradoxy's team, if they're willing to roll over here this early, Takada, they're really looking to switch things up.
Yeah, the pressure kind of got stopped, though, by Kiro. It was Pink Nebs and Kio's trio that they land up at the top northeast side of the map. The issue is, it seems like they were quick to go third party that pump power engagement, knocking Fradoxy and kind of stopping their aggression, but you can see how Pablo was actually able to pick up Cantry there. Nice quick elimination. They don't want to risk anything more. Cammy qualifying through the last chance qualifier. Now with a couple eliminations starting it off. Pressure is on their shoulders today. When we looked at the computer simulation, all the top 5 are trios that have already qualified to the Global Championship in previous majors. So if you keep that in mind, there is only 4 spots open for grabs, but you know, if the simulation's true and all those trios end up in the top 5, all you could really need maybe is a top 9, top 10, and it could be enough.
You can run the numbers all day long, the Takada, but simulations are never going to be able to emulate what's taking place with these surge bases. It is so troublesome for teams not only to make rotates, but you see players like CZB, they'll get the knocks, but it's coming from the void. So Teeny, no concerns whatsoever. He's going to be able to be revived easily in the safety of his surge base. And this is really what has been the #1 disruption factor for so many teams across every single region, because these surge numbers are just scaling up to crazy metrics that I think any, favoritism simulation is going to have difficulty keeping tabs on.
The good news is, it's not all surge bases. We do have a bit of action as well. It's at Utopia City. The 2 trios going head-to-head, now deciding to take a later engagement. Not the quick 50-50 off spawn. There's more than enough loot for both trios to get kitted up and then get into the action. As now shots are being traded back and forth. Dong has been fully cracked, forced to pop a few minis. If you look at the mini-map bottom right, not a single third party in sight yet. So for now, a bit of freedom to kind of play it slow.
This is still causing a little bit of a hiccup in both of these teams' early game strategies, though, because they are just so focused on each other. The longer you stay locked into these engagements, the easier it then becomes for a third-party scenario to develop. And already just a little bit south of Utopia, teams starting to make way, teams starting to just push in a little bit closer. They want to be able to, if they can't find knocks or eliminations themselves, at least get a few tags in there, and it's going to be Ivan's team. Ifrozi not even sold that Howley, Hizix, or Dandabuzo even had someone scouting the distance, and that could be the difference maker too. Hizix now maybe getting a little bit of a hunch. Hey, we've been making a lot of commotion here. There probably is a third-party lurk. Let's take a quick pause. And so just like that, action gonna fizzle out temporarily, but we are still looking at very early zone search as the priority here, Takada, and anything can happen. One thing's for sure, the Big-Star and Bemis, they don't want to find themselves getting sandwiched.
Definitely not. It was only a matter of time until that third party came through. It shows the difference of these grand finals lobbies compared to the play-ins, compared to the groups. It's 12 matches of the exact same trios competing head-to-head who are the best in the region, so you know they're going to put in the work to know exactly what's happening in their surroundings, how their opponents rotate, when they tend to fight. The perfect opportunity to kind of mix up those fights and go for the third parties. It's a game that not just starts beforehand in the prep, but as the days go on, and the pressure is going to be continued from Ifrozi here. Frozy. Not a full commit, though, just shots back and forth.
Still gave enough time, though, for Pixstar and Demas to vacate the vicinity, and now it just comes down exclusively to how much are you willing to invest here. Howley, Hizix, Dandabuzo, they don't have a choice. They're going to have to take this fight. They've burned all of their material material in that initial engagement at Utopia. And so now the leftovers scrambling underneath this tower post-up. And Howley holding strong for right now, but yeah, these walls are just getting completely berated by Ivan's team. And Ivan now looking for a wraparound, hopefully trying to see if he can open up a flank angle. Dandapuzo spots it out, but still takes a slight tag to his shields. Medmis gonna buy plenty of time here, though, for Ivan's team in comparison to Dandapuzo, who's the only one rocking any sort of white heals.
That's almost too risky to full commit here. They're just trying to find any angle possible. More than enough ammunition to do so. If you want a full commit, it's gonna need a big shot, and Ivan might have just connected it. Hizix goes down. Quick elimination to turn this fight around. As Howley falls shortly after. Dandapuzo, the last player standing. From just tags to being out of materials, Ivan now putting an end to it. That's 3 quick eliminations.
And a nice little hero rank up to carry them through some of this early storm tick damage, but that was just the natural development after Ivan's team was able to pull up the action taking place at Utopia. Big success though, and they're not the only ones kind of hunting out for favorable instances. Eye drop, knocking down Akira, tough break for the French trio. Werex and Karama still kicking though, so you never know what can happen, but on the side, the cliff face. This is a dastardly place to try and fight. Southwest corner tucked away inside of Shogun Solitude, and Sato, Karma, they're hoping that they'll be able to come up on top here versus Upple's team. But Mixon, having already been eliminated, is really stressing Upple and Focus to try and lock in the clutch here. Focus gets good. Oh man, this is starting to develop nasty here for Focus, and he's gonna find himself tumbling. The pressure just too overwhelming. Was trying to get a flank opportunity, and it just does not work out. That's a good heads-up maneuver though from Sato's trio to pull that one out in their favor.
6 eliminations already. What a way to kick off game 1. We haven't seen him yet, but now's the time. Vico Venoflixi looks like they're going head-to-head against Ferdoxy, Chino, and Pablo. We saw how Fred and this trio were able to pick up an elimination earlier on, so they got a bit of damage, but it looks like Disengage is going to come through from Vico Venoflixi. And they'll have a bit more time to roam onto zone. We saw that the zone is pulling quite southwest, so for those trios that have more of a northeast drop spot, they can't take as many risks and as many fights. They have to focus a bit more on making it towards zone. Good news is early on, you can tank a good amount of it and kind of take a bit of those shots, but you do have to keep that main focus in mind on how you're actually going to set yourself up for this late mid to end game. And Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash already have that in mind.
This is a very natural flow to see from some of our more veteran teams, just tanking those early storm takes. They've got chug jugs, you've got med kits, probably med miss grenades as well. Yeah, sure enough, rocking there on Merstash, so they can afford to kind of spend this time playing 4 deadside rotates. They have a lot of luxury to work with, especially because of winning that early contest at Demon's Domain. So now, taking advantage of that bunker, it's good. It's a good view currently for Queasy's trio. Opposite ends of the map though, over at Resistance Base, Marius, Pixie, Vanya, they've actually opted to push a little bit more westward from their starting point.
Yeah, based on their location, Marius, Pixie, Vanya is going to go corner of the map, or kind of edge of the map rotate. The only thing I'm, looking at is it is an uncontested drop and flooded. If they are to take that edge rotate, it's going to get them to zone, but, in a major finals lobby, with the way Surge is working, it's going to be incredibly high. You're going to need a good amount of damage, so I'm curious to see how they plan to get that if they do take that kind of edge map rotate down to the zone. As Yapko, Panzer, and Seti now just making it on in.
But what I really think about is Seti, Yapko, and Panzer being the team at Lone Wolf. There's very high odds that Vanya, Medius, and Pixie are actually a team that they're going to encounter quite often in early Surge-based instances. We didn't get a chance to tune in for this game, but it's just a very frequently known exchange that takes place between those couple of POIs, because naturally the way that the map develops, players are going to learn each other's loot paths, and they're going to do everything in their power, Takada, to try and shut each other down. But that also involves having a good idea of where teams are going to favor putting these surge bases at. Granted, that's not always going to be the case for some teams. They just want to get it done the old-fashioned way, and they're having to play out through these box fight opportunities, but it's just leaving yourself so exposed to that third-party intervention. That's probably the primary reason why we see so many teams being able to play off those surges.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more risky to do it the old-fashioned way, as you mentioned. If you're able to do those surge bases, you kind of have the luxury of not needing to worry as much in the mid-game to find those fights, and kind of can focus on those edge map, those dead side type of rotates. Looking at Skivy, Trulex, and Tini is one of the trios that from back-to-back third-place finishes for Trulex at the Global Championships, now having not yet qualified in the last major, the last opportunity to qualify to the Global Championship. This is a big tournament for this trio. Good news is they're looking healthy going into this first game, so hopefully we can start off with a good performance.
The big thing to remember about Trulex, though, is that he's the sort of guy where you might not necessarily see him. Wow, hold that thought, though. Where it's getting active for a second there with the kill switches. Okay, we see you. Good recovery. They definitely needed that surge after the early spill experience with Akira at the starting point. But yeah, that's a great opener for trying to establish a little bit of dominance in case they're looking to play Island here.
Big fan favorite.
Mr. Savage.
You know, when you get kind of the luxury of the zones pulling towards your POI, I mean, Savage is a northwest completely, but it's not as far as a rotate compared to some of the trios, so good job recycling surge bases and kind of using it to capitalize on these trios that are rotating on in. Even being on a bit more of a congested side is going to open them up to more opportunities to land those shots.
Gotta take a little peek, though, into what's been developing with Pink, Nebs, and Kyoto. A little bit of traffic starting to pool here into Crime City. Kyoto, Pink, Nebs, just gutting one of the buildings, clearing out space for themselves. They're 638 above that surge damage threshold, so they're not really feeling super pressured just yet, but probably would like to get a nice little refresh here. Same thing that Lixium currently hunting down. Pantry, he's just been going through the ringer from the starting point of this match, and things are not slowing down. Cantry nearly turns it in his favor, but Lixium will hold strong, and that is a big come up. Gotta keep in mind, one of our fresher teams to an FNCS Major 3 Grand Finals, and a big starting point for getting your name out there is just being able to win your trades and make them clean in the process.
What you love to see, though. It's a good way to set yourself up. I mean, it's 12 long matches. 6 are going to be played out today, 6 tomorrow. So if you're able to kick things off strong with a solid match, it's definitely kind of going to boost your momentum and mentality going forward. So it's what you love to see for one of the more fresh trios, like you mentioned, as we can see kind of how Mr. Savage, Chap, and Reason's surge strategy paid off, being 1.5k above the threshold. Tayson, Haris, Chicho, a trio that's already qualified to the Global Championship, also done an amazing job in terms of damage.
I know one thing overheard Savage kind of talking about a little bit earlier on. He's having a little chat with Motor, who I'm sure Bear Army is definitely watch party and viewing, showing some support and mad love, but I get it. It's just that so many players talk about how they have strats cooking. Savage was one of them. Savage was saying, look, I got something crazy in the works here. So I love the fact that we're getting these...
What's up, Jay? How you doing?
See when that feast is going to actually come into play, but until that time, we'll just see what happens with Veno, Flixie, and Vico. Again, another huge powerhouse team here in EU that has the spotlight on them.
Showing the experience in terms of the damage that all these trios we've looked at having. But now it all comes down to the most important parts of the match, where the most placement can be acquired, the most amount of eliminations. And
it's going pretty good so far.
It's setting yourself up for
excited for a busy day.
Of an early game.
2 o'clock, we got a live event, 2:30. And then 3 o'clock, we got an event in Blitz. And then at 4:30, we got NA Central's Major 3.
Cammy knows better, though. He doesn't want to just try.
Oh, yeah.
And dive
Definitely.
into the heart of that South
Busy
Side.
day.
Just way too much congestion building. But they have pulled a nearly perfect zone, and they are more than content to just stay put here, Takada. They're just going to find optimal, a little bit of elevation here, a little bit of a pivot, switch things up, but Flixie, Vico, Venno, Belusi underneath them with hardly any HP to work with. He's just doing everything he can to survive, but his time has cut short. There's Venno, Flixie, Vico, big developments there.
Nice quick pickup. You can see how quickly the threshold can change. They were 1.4 above, and now they're only 500 above. Merstash, though, be careful! He's dropped down on the floor, gets knocked. Queasy is going to fall shortly after one of our top contenders. 2 of the star players already down before the endgame has even begun.
That lobby focus is just a different beast entirely. As if worrying about your surge damage wasn't enough. When you just have every single team in the lobby, it feels like shooting your direction. Naturally, some losses are probably going to occur here. Pablo, Chino for Doxy, though. They might be looking for height.
And when you have a trio, as you saw in the quick stat, they didn't take a single tick of damage in the Major 2 finals. Now just 300 above. It shows how difficult this specific Major finals actually is. What level of competition we're seeing. I actually see Mr. Savage, Shab, and Reason in the most elevated position so far. Sato down below, though, doing what they can for a quick triple spray. Gonna drop down. Very, but is it gonna be enough for the knock? It is. Look at the amount of eliminations that this trio already has, Taco.
Smart there, though, using that unstable. You like to pull them in closer so
And
they
win.
have to actually expose themselves. Jumping into the other box for the body loot. Good heads-up play. And Sato, Karma, Splik. Hey. For right now, Takada, that little bit of a refresh, leaving them with ample amount of materials, they're going to have the ability to just prioritize exclusively on positioning. And that's really the big heads-up moment here that we're trying to keep an eye out for is who's actually going to take over the control on front side, because great minds think alike. We're seeing Venno, we're seeing Tayson at that front side low currently, but Reason, Chap, Savage, height is their primary interest because they know what kind of advantages height can provide.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just great minds think alike. It's, are you set up enough to do what the ideal situation might permit? It's all about having, like you said, enough materials, enough loot to kind of commit to certain plays depending on the zone. And when you get those refreshes, it really just put you in a position where you're able to capitalize on that. But being 10 below, Vico, Venno, Flixie now going to choose to just try and find any connection possible. Having already rotated front side, they can look back at these trios. We're a little late to the party. Take a few shots, but pressure could come through.
Just trying to be careful, and it's sure it's about getting Surge online. Pause on that though. Trouble has definitely struck here for Savage and Chap. Reason eliminated, leaving them as a duo now to try and contest all these other healthy trios. But not everybody is healthy. But not everybody is in iDrop, Cammy, and Hottie's position here, Takada. This is just looking like they started their setup in the last zone, and they're just keeping the flow rolling for Doxy. Big shutdown there from iDrop. You give him the mythic DMR, those are the kinds of plays you want to see happen.
Taking down one of the top competitors. Who would have thought, if we look back in Major 2, that Cammy, iDrop, and Chari would be on height game 1 of the Major 3 finals. From a newly formed trio to qualifying through the last chance qualification.
Those open-ended rotations, they can at least play off these dash charges from the dash sprite, but overhead, Hottie, iDrop, Cammy, just continuing to tarp out. They have total control of the high ground for right now, and I just keep thinking back, Takada, to what height might look like if Queasy was still in this lobby. But his team was injured earlier on. Venno, Flixie, they're trying to make something happen. They know that Tayson's under a lot of duress here. They're trying to add to it, but you've also got to keep track of what's taking place on your back tarp. Flixie, he can maybe play for the pre-edit. He's just looking to take advantage of spraying, pressuring teams, because he needs to surge more than anything, and they just keep barely pushing themselves over the cusp of that surge damage threshold. But will it be enough? They're going to have to use the Medimus now and just play through backside.
Armor down. It's Veno and Flixie as a duo. You can see Sato's trio had 10 eliminations, and they were still below Surge in the 10th zone. It didn't matter. They had double digits. Veno Flixie somehow still holding on. Good amount of mats left, but it's all wood. They're going to have to find a potential refresh soon. Cammy, Hari, I drop from the far zone pull. They have to be running quite low on materials. Mr. Savage.
Oh, Savage running solo. Ouch.
As a solo, he's somehow
My top two teams right now hurt. Like, one's a duo, one's a solo. Come on, teams. Come on, chat. Let's root. How's y'all stay going so far? What's y'all's plans this weekend? Oh, and Mr. Savage goes down.
Raining bullets from above. Chari, Cammy still holding strong. Tayson's gonna lose her wrist though. All up to Chicho now, and Tayson is a duo. Good news is they have enough heals. Bad news is not a lot of time. Flixie, Veno, they're still holding on. They're still doing it. The issue is, I think their second height. The pressure's not.
Come on, Flixie. Come on, Veno.
That they have to keep pushing them down lower and lower. They want them to fight the trios down low, and with materials running low, it's gonna have to happen soon.
Nobody has any mats to work with unless you're Cammy, Hottie, and everyone else in the low ground just so stuck, tumbling over each other. Scooby, Teeny, Trulex trying to see if they can get away from being smothered. But Hottie, I drop Cammy. They've got a firm grasp on height. Even if they need to drop for a refresh, they are one of our few healthy-looking trios still in this current position. Veno, Flixie, trying to just chase down for whatever they can get. Gonna look to play the medkit now. They're not the only ones either, but Seti, Yapko, this could be the ultimate dynamic. Old versus new here, essentially. Yapko keeping it rolling. A good exchange, but it might not be enough. Panzer, Seti, they're the only ones left to try and get the job done here, but they're tumbling back towards the deep side of the storm, and they have to play their heels. Cammy from overhead. This has just been completely turned upside down.
Oh, and Veno goes down. Cammy running high ground.
Coming through. Cammy has left both of his teammates to run down below and start fragging out. Neither one of them has been eliminated yet. All they need to do is pick up a couple more eliminations to close this out, but Axe Force is going to misform her way to start the heal off. He has multiple medkits. I drop now on the hunt. Where did you go? I'm listening. Nathan, final player in the zone, gets knocked down, and the heal off begins.
And now it's exclusively down to how long can you withstand it. Cammy.
Who's gonna win it? Is it gonna be Cammy or Axe Force? Oh, it is Cammy! Cammy with the victory royale for the first game, chat. Let's go. W's in chat for that.
And it is win a game in a major finals.
We thought they were out. Having not qualified in Group 3, it was looking grim. The final opportunity and the last chance gave them a spot in the major finals. And despite being contested, Cammy, Hari, and iDrop were able to secure a 14 elimination victory royale in the first game of the EU Major 3 finals. What a way to kick off this tournament.
It's also just the factor that we saw Seti, Yapko, and Panzer in the mix there, Takada. Who would have thought that this is where we would be right now? But even taking a look back to the success that Cammy's trio had in game 1, so much of it needs to be credited towards iDrop. He was just getting so fraggy in these lower layers, finding every single refresh, everything that he could possibly do to thin out the lobby to ensure that Cammy would have the best odds at success for the heal off.
I want to know how many eliminations they were able to pick up in those final moments, and there's 3 beautiful faces that can break it down for us. So Frankie, take it away.
Quick maths.
At least 13.
Eliminations for Cammy's trio. They set out their stall in this final early, just as they did the high ground boys. That masked for Mr. Cross, establishing themselves and holding onto it until the victory royale, Evan.
And it wasn't an easy game of pools, right? It's not like Zone just kept pulling back and they could stay up on their old bills. At times, Zone was pulling far and they just held on to it. Such good pressure. Anybody that could have been a threat with some of these zones was just eliminated through relentless spray. They did so well there, Mini.
Yeah, this is just an experienced performance throughout, really. Nobody could even look up at high. Of course, we don't have the likes of Queasy in the lobby, so maybe things have been a little bit different if he was, but the way that they played this high ground was absolutely perfect. You could almost replace the three names with Vanya's team, and we would have said the exact same thing. It's a very Vanya-esque performance, taking it nice and early. And I have to mention iDrop. What a performance from him right there. We've spoken about it previously, Levin, about how iDrop performs very well leading up to major finals, and then when it comes to the major finals, he isn't quite at that level. Hopefully now, this is a sign of things to come.
Yeah, I think the big thing for him, right, is that in this trio, in previous trios when we've looked at iDrop, there's obviously been more of a burden on him to hold the responsibility. And I know it's something he struggled with even earlier this year when he was playing with iDrop, Sky, and Scroll, and it was, you know, everyone saying they're, you know, favorites, they can do really good. And he struggled, right? And I know he had spoken to some other top pros being like, I didn't actually know how to call some of those mid games with Surge. I didn't know what to do. In this trio, though, when you've got Cammy, you've got the help of BloodX, you know, in your core, being able to make decisions for you, it takes that burden off. He can focus on playing this game. He can focus on fragging out like he did in that end game, and we get to see the result of it.
3 individuals who didn't have the best start to Chapter 6 are now thriving, but can it continue? Let's have a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be discussing the rest of the lobby. Welcome back to the FNCS Europe Major 3 finals, and the drama started before the games even began, but what a game one, gentlemen. Levin, we should talk about Vico and Flixie first of all. Unfortunately, we lost Vico at the start of the end game, But it didn't matter to these two in a way because this duo put on a masterclass. At one point, you were watching in the green room saying, oh, that is a beautiful rotation from Veno 11.
Yeah, well, it comes, that rotation, maybe we'll see it. It comes a bit later in the game, but I think it was critical for one reason in particular, in that it allowed them to save so much materials, and that's always so important when you are just a duo, right? All these other trios left in the lobby, right? All these tarpers, they get to just sit there, keep tarping out. They got 2 fraggers ready to drop their materials. In this case, Veno, he's only got Flixie there. When Flixie's mats run out, they're in trouble, and so he makes great calls to keep them in the game longer than they probably should be, Mini, with, you know, again, great timings, using the med miss to, you know, camp in zone a bit so that they could then use the dashes to get ahead of the rest of the lobby. Really well played for them as a duo there, and again, it's signs of what's to come. If they can be all 3 of them up, especially with Vico's fragging power to get refreshes in some of these end games, they're going to be more than okay moving forward.
Yeah, it's exactly what we can expect from this trio when they do become a duo. Even a solo, they're 3 individual, so talented players, so we can expect that moving forward, and it just gives them that little bit of a buff now. This first game, they didn't have a great performance, of course, not being all alive, but the fact that they're able to pull through and get a really nice placement, that 4th right there, it just shows they can do that when things are looking a little bit rough, so really excited to see what they can do for the rest of the day.
And it's an exciting top 10, and it's a very exciting top 2. Look at who's in second place right now. Seti, Yapko, and Panzer Mini Minor.
Yeah, another great performance from these guys. We come to expect this sort of level of gameplay from this lot, and what they're really good at here is they're really good at playing these low ground layers. You saw Cammy just sort of spraying down at them, but they controlled, they dominated this entire area, and I think we use that, or they use that experience that Panzer and Seti would have from playing this sort of position previously to do so well, finding so many eliminations as well, Evan. A really nice performance in the end, of course, 3rd place, not getting into that top 2, but they'll be really happy with that start.
I mean, it was looking like the script was going to come through and it was going to be Seti's trio head-to-head clash in the final moments, which would have been nice. And maybe we will still get that at some point today. But again, a really great account of themselves here in this first game. 2 teams in Seti's trio and in Cammy's trio who are both teams that are looking for a global spot, and they start off with great intentions. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the both of them.
There are 2 trios that a computer might have predicted to make it to the end game of Game 1, but didn't. And if you cast your minds back to the start of Game 1, we saw a rather dramatic showdown over at Demon's Domain. I don't think Queasy was expecting Malabuka to come his way, Levin.
You know
no
what?
one was.
I mean, we certainly weren't, but at the same time, I wouldn't count it out for Queasy to have, right? You know, I know Queasy very well, and I know he can be a bit of an overthinker at times, and I'm sure this is something he would have thought about. So, look, whether or not he was prepared for it, Mini, it doesn't matter, because they were prepared in the game, right? They dealt with them off spawn swiftly. They made quick work of them, and they showcased maybe why Malabuka's trio shouldn't have landed here, because I feel like if you're going to make that decision, Mini, right, if you're thinking, okay, cool, we're going to tell them we're going to leave, then we're just going to surprise con them. Game 1. Not even just like a random point of the day. Game 1. You got to win, man. You can't come out and then just not win. You got to make sure you are on point for that off spawn.
And I was so surprised at that as well. This isn't like they're just landing at a completely new drop spot they haven't been landing at all season. They've been practicing this drop. They've been learning it so well. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do next now. Are they going to continue landing at Demon's Domain? Will we see them at Utopia City? Will we see them going anywhere? Who knows?
Well, we're going to find out right now with Game 2. Let's head back to Taco and Takata.
Doubt the only thing that they want to see is finding themselves eliminated early. It's tough out there, the Takata. Anything and everything could take place because everyone is trying to find those final seats for the Global Championship Battle Bus.
That they are. An eventful Game 1 from the kind of surprise con back at Demons to literally having Cammy and Seti together, not as teammates, but touching each other on the leaderboard in 1st and 2nd place. This is a way to kick things off, and we're ready for game number 2.
All right, chat. Game number 2, W to game 1. Let's get up in here and let's see an exciting finish.
What's the pacing going to be like? Because it's one thing to play through the group stage, it's one thing to play through the open quals phase and all that good stuff, Takata, but it's another demon entirely when you are dealing with a set lobby in a major grand finals.
I'm excited to see what happens here. Game 2, things are obviously going to change up, but not a Demon's Domain, as once again we have the Titans clashing.
Okay, but this could be the revenge tour moment. King, Gonna be the first one to touch down. Merstash immediately bails. It's gonna be the underbelly here at Demon's Domain that they're gonna look to try and take over now. Malabuka just clearing out some line of sights. Swizzy, another member of Queasy's team, just forced to scurry off, but with the top of the building being fully locked down by Malabuka's team, we might see things even out here, Dakota. They need to strike back. They need to come up big here because they need to play out a game. But it might not happen.
No way!
But Ping actually closes this one up. Only has one build. Tried to play last minute for the revive. It's just not going to be a possibility here. Merstash holds strong at Demon's Domain. Possibly even getting a little bit of indirect help out of the bots here at Demon's Domain. But regardless, the outcome is all the same. Queasy's team with the 2-0 blow to Malabuka's trio.
Are you kidding me, Swizzy? How do they let that happen? It was literally a 1v3 in that box, and Swizzy somehow takes out 2. Finishing up the fight with Merstash shortly after. It was not looking like they were going to be able to close this out, but we can see from Swizzy's palm, not missing a single shot, 3 clean connects, and that was enough to go from, I would say, not even like, it was a clear disadvantage to winning the fight 2-0 now. What a way to kick things off.
Other teams, though, not necessarily having the same level of success. Hadi does have 1 elimination so far for Cammy's team, but damage has clearly been dealt from across the way at Shining Span. Rax and Zangi, they also have the same intentions, just gonna play for this reboot ban. Shield bubble should be enough. iDrop and Hadi not really willing to try and cross that bridge just yet, but whatever reboot they decide to opt for, they do have enough time at least to maybe just try and be a little bit of a nuisance. Thought they were going to maybe try and exchange some tags there onto Belusi when he was touching down. Instead, both these teams have a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. You know, your guy comes back, our guy too, and we'll just see what happens next.
We'll go from there, right? So it's a little intimidating when your opposing trio just won the last match and is now first place on the leaderboard, but it's going to be tough. We'll see how things play out, but with 12 matches being contested, it's hard to keep up the consistency, yet it's definitely possible. Sato, split comment with the replay to how they kick things off this match. Quick eliminations. Clown is... you know, at that...
He knew it's over. It's wraps. It's fine. He was just hoping that the broadcast wasn't going to catch it, maybe. But big team is Darm. They're trying to catch some eliminations themselves. They're not going to waste time any longer. Darm with a big chunk out of Dandabuza's HP. The recovery tour, though, out of Howley. That's some really nice supportive measures there to make sure that Dandabuzo could actually get out of the thick of that action. But now, Physics, Dandabuzo, a little bit smothered here. Picks Dima's Darm, looking rather healthy. They don't have any material here, though, Takata, so it's largely just Demas that's had the chance to farm up a little bit. These buildings are just being shredded through. Utopia, Physics, Dandabuzo, Halley, they're all just holding fast, though. They don't want to budge. Demon's Darm and Pix know that they're directly underneath them, but both of these teams just kind of recognizing the fact that we need material. We can't continue this fight.
They also have to kind of finish it up quickly, though, on the opposing end, because they saw what happened in Game 1 after they took too long. Prodoxy, Pablo, Chino once again doing what they can with the pump power aggression. Chino has to be careful. He has been fully cracked. Pablo connects, or actually takes a big hit. Prodoxy's the only one with full shield, full HP now. Of course, to be on the aggressive end. They know that the potential third party could come through. Fred got knocked by Hero in the last match, and it's very likely that they're looking over here once again.
Prodoxy wants to clean this fight up, though. And with Pablo on the other end, Finchek just kind of trapped between the two. But he'll be able to make it back. The rest of his team, Fredaj and Cantry kind of recognizing just how much pressure. They are being pressed by Prodoxy's team. 2 lobbies in a row here, Takata. And sure, you might initially be uncontested at Palm Power, but Is it really considered ungone when Prodoxy's team is going to be this quick about getting a move on to rotate into your area and try to essentially take over your turf? That's really what it's boiling down to here, because Pantry, Finchek, Prodage, they're only farming what Prodoxy's team is letting them farm, basically.
US on the feet as well. Demas has gone down. Looks like the Utopia City fight is getting a bit messy as Panzer gets knocked, but like you mentioned earlier, if you get knocked on these search bases, it isn't too much of an issue, but looking at the Utopia City fight, Demas fully eliminated, Pix with an elimination, now 2. It seems to be a 2 versus 1, and Howley is not healthy.
But Darm and Pix, they know too much of their endgame success depends on being a fully intact trio. They're just going to make an immediate play for the reboot ban. They know they've got the one-man advantage over Howley, so even though he'll have the chance to heal up, bringing back Demas is going to be a much bigger impact here. And now they can look to fully try and shut down the remains of the Endabuzer's trio. A lone Howley just kind of running off into the distance, trying to create a little bit of space here. Whether he gets chased by some of Poland's finest, can't be too sure just yet, but at the same time, it's not like he has anywhere safe to run to.
Just see a quick replay of what exactly went down. They actually ended up to turn that fight around. It was a 3 versus 2, but huge shots connected by Pix and Darm to bring that fight back. As we head on over to Robin, Kylie, and Timu. Also, going back to that quick stat, that in the last 2 majors, last chance qualifier team placed top 3 in the finals, which, why that is, the fuel from having qualified for a last chance. Must do something, especially seeing what happened today with Cammy's first win. But let's see if Robin, Timu, and Kylie can get a little sneak attack here on Mixon and his trio.
Focus doesn't seem to have any idea of what awaits behind him. They're just anticipating that this is going to be a freebie Spire take, if anything. But Focus, even when he turns around, it's to try and deal with the Spire. But he still needs to, look out overhead.
Oh my god.
Timu, Kylie, and Robin, though, they've got to be real careful that they don't accidentally get themselves revealed here. You can see this build-up has just been brewing. Kylie wants to find these opening shots. They're trying to get into the perfect position for that 3-2-1 collapse, and Mixon with 0 ways of being able to figure out what exactly has been solidifying behind him. He just gets immediately pounced on the moment that he runs center stage here. Robin, Timu, Kylie, they strike first at Shogun Solitude. That sneak strat paying off hugely as they've now got a little bit of leverage here. 3 versus 2.
Didn't even last a second. As now Upple and Focus gotta think, okay.
Taking all the loot too.
Yeah, what should we do now? We just got robbed in 4K as Cammy, Ari, and iDrop are looking to do the same thing. With the strategy of the surge bases, now the counter strategy slowly come through. The sneak attacks, you can't repeat the same thing over and over again and not expect to get punished for it.
Everyone has just been so conditioned to where they can look for early surge exchanges that now the last thing they'd ever anticipate is a fresh trio pulling up directly behind them. But just overhead, Asul, he's going to be the first one to get spotted. Cammy connects. Asul immediately put down by Huddy. Letchus and Velry just running for the hills here, Takada. So much damage having already been done, though, and Cammy's team, they are not done yet. They are willing to chase this one into the void.
3, 2, 1, peekaboo, as Cammy, Hari, iDrop now trying to finish things off. And the 3v2 issue is Pix is close by. With the third party close by, they might not want to fully commit to this one, but that must have been a jump scare and a half for Very and his trio.
I mean, Velry and Etchless, they've got nowhere to run to. They know fully well that Pix's trio is locked into their current position, and Cammy, he could try to give a little bit of pushback here, but with his shields now having to spend a little bit of time healing up. And Darm, Pix, just menaces from inside the bush, making things so difficult for Cammy's team to want to continue that chase down. So Velry, pitch lists are going to be bailed out for right now, but they still have to deal with a team in front and a team behind. And Prodoxy's team are a prime example of what it looks like when you have nowhere left to run.
A lot of sneak attacks coming through here in the second match. A lot of 3-2-1 shows the coordination. Vico, Venom, Flixie now are landing on contested boxcars. They're going to begin with their rotate. They've gotten their surge. They've done their damage following the meta, and now they can focus a bit more on that rotate.
But it's obvious that some of these teams are going to have to break out of the routines that they have been building up in hopes of having a strong performance here in the Major 3 Grand Finals, but you're going to have players like the Camis, like the Venos, constantly thinking of how do we beat these kinds of strategies. And something also that Coach Harry even kind of referenced, it's not about trying to, you know, make a team copy what other good teams are doing. You want to see how they can build their own meta. And I think that that's exactly what we're witnessing with some of these sneak plays onto the surge bases. The teams just learning where others like to kind of set up at. And VOD review is always going to play a big part heading into day 2 here too.
100%. And where you're going to see that happen, it's not in scrims leading up to the finals. It's on the day of the event. They don't want to kind of leak these routes, these strategies that they've been prepping for. This team who's gone down, Uppel now doing what he can to go up against Kylie and Robin. We saw how the 3-2-1 came through, but now I'm not even sure if they're going to chase this one down.
The real issue I'm seeing, Takata, is that they were the ones that had the initial jump here at Shogun Solitude, and yet Kylie just looking to try and make sure that they can fully lock things down. Uppel, likely the last remaining player from his team, and he's doing everything he can to try and fight back, to try and delay, to try and just be a problem. But all he's really doing is delaying the inevitable. Never want to speak too soon, but when the odds are just that unfavorable, I think it's pretty evident that Kylie and Robin are going to be able to close this one up. But you can at least look back to how things started off here, and yeah, focus just completely rolled over. Just not a whole lot can be done there when you've got 3 players just challenging your wall at once.
Excited to see how it continues to go for Pink, Nebs, and Kiro. They're in 10th place now going into the second match. They've had somewhat of a safe early to mid-game in game 1, playing it before they practice, and now once again continuing to do so.
Ooh. Nasty shots, Kiro. Team from way across. Probably recognize the fact that Kiddo's a little bit low. Nebs, similar position. I drop, not really looking to let up off the gas here anytime soon. But deep inside of the Storm, currently Svi, Teeny, Trulex gonna look to play heals. And this is something that you can almost always anticipate from Trulex is I think consistency tends to be his leading trait. And it's something that is not easy to come by, but Trulex is someone where it might not necessarily be flashy, but you can almost always depend on him to figure out a way to make it into every single endgame.
But it's more than just making it to the end game. I mean, they were able to get 2 eliminations in a 5th, but without having a bit more eliminations, they're still in 8th place, despite having gotten such a good placement. So not only are they going to have to make it to end game, but they're also going to have to figure out a way to look for a bit more frag opportunities. Chat, Reason, and Mr. Savage, they were almost in a prime position going into the first moving zones until Cammy overtook it from them. They were kind of low on materials, so these later half of the match rotates have been getting the best of them, but at least Surge wasn't too much of a problem.
Just seeing so many teams looking to try and hug more towards some of these dead side rotates. Teams looking to also try and play off of the natural map terrain for coverage. You never want to burn too much of your material super early on and find yourself in a position where you're start trying to refarm material against teams that are likely desperate for Surge by then. And talking about a little desperation for Surge, Izzy, Blazi, Lixium, unfortunately on the receiving end of that currently. And it's going to take a lot for them to overcome this, because the only team that seems to be nearby enough for them to try and get some damage against is one of our strongest contenders in this finals lobby. But Pablo, Prodoxy, Gina, they're likely aware of the fact that they've got someone en route. The moment that Lixium lets off some of these shots, that's going to be the welcome visit here. But Lixium, Plasky, they're just so low. These surge ticks are just brutal to their HP. They are desperately trying to chase down Prodoxy's team, but Chino and Co, they know better. They can tell this team's clearly desperate. They clearly need the damage. All we've got to do is just hold walls to our back, and we are fine and out of here. And a little bit of frustration seeping through there for Lixium, understandably so. It is a tough break when your lobby just runs out because of surge damage thresholds, but that's part of the game, and it's part of development in the competitive landscape.
To be fair, it's kind of like you said, a fresher trio, so still getting kind of used to the caliber of these major finals lobbies, and especially in this current meta, if you don't have that early game kind of surge strategy set in stone, it's going to be very difficult to keep up with the rest of the lobby. Hizix, Howley, down to Fuzo. They had trouble at Utopia earlier on. Got almost fully eliminated by Demons Darn Pix. Now forced to kind of play shambles throughout the rest of the match, and you can see that based on their location and damage done. Both trios in this engagement, I don't think either one of them is going to come out on top, even if they end up securing the elims.
These are both just teams that ultimately dwindled out here because they encountered too many difficulties in those off-spawn scenarios. But Excelatius is at least going to make sure that Dandabuzo goes out with him. You're playing this far into the storm. High odds that they were both looking for those reboots. And sometimes just the way the cookie crumbles. Sledges just doing what he can, see if he can buy himself some time. But it's going to take everything for him to make it into zone from this position.
Yeah, I mean, the medkits, the minis, they'll be able to survive a little bit, but I mean, reboot has to come through, rotate has to come through, surge is still hitting. It is just not gonna be.
It's just even if he gets the reboot off again, it doesn't. Naturally, it's just gonna be tough, man. You just have so much surge working against you, and it just keeps ramping up. Tayson, Chicho, Atris. Already taking a peek sees at Cammy way overhead. Nice little elevated position, boxed up. Gonna be difficult. And Tayson knows he can't just directly tackle that fixated spot that Cammy has taken over. This is not the position you would want to see Pink in if he is your hopes for making it to that global qual spot, but he can still try and get a little bit more time, a little bit of placements maybe. We're nearly to the point of being able to potentially turn this around. It's just a tough break, but Pink is an experienced player. He's been in this kind of scenario before. He'll figure out a way to try and adapt and overcome.
Yeah, Coach Harris said they got to get back to the roots and hit that consistency out, but speaking about consistency, Mr. Savage has gone down. Marius gonna pick up Reason shortly after, and Chap is gonna fall as well. Hyper Julie gonna capitalize on that loot, but pressure still coming through. Pixie, Vanya, Marius leading the pack in terms of kind of the computer prediction going into today, but things changed by the match. 46 points on the board. Demons Domain zone pull. Let's see how this ends up.
The real problem is all these teams are kind of stuck at the base of Demon's Domain Mountainside. Vico, Veno, Flixie, trying to see if they can take advantage of it. Got a great field of view over the lobby currently, but Pink still looking to try and play a little bit of a spoiler there. Got a nice tag onto Medius, but he is still sitting 2 below. He does have a handful of small shield potions to work with. Some pinpoint accuracy, also gonna buy him a little bit more time, but this is getting so messy for a lot of these teams here, Takada.
It's literally the battle of Surge. Veno's trio going against Pink right now for who can be above that threshold. Pink somehow connecting shots from afar, but you cannot miss these shots, Pink. It's everything as Veno's team has overtaken the Surge, but now with the next hit coming through, both trios have gone below, applying even more pressure over 100.
Good news for Veno, though, is he has this whole trio to help him out with the tags, and Pink being alone is going to be 10 times more difficult.
It's part of the risk involved when you're playing these early dead side rotates. Keeping track of the surge thresholds, but for Pink, he's playing a different game entirely. He's a solo, just looking to get active. Pablo Wingo might be on the receiving end of it, but no, he gets shut down. Vico, Veno, Flixie inside, low ground, and Veno, unfortunately, can no longer join Vico and Flixie on this endeavor. It's going to be down to the rest of his team to try and make something happen here. But the Surge Ticks are just destroying their HP. Flixie cannot afford another one. And just like that, barely elevating themselves above the surge damage threshold, they found a moment of relief, but it's all so temporary and short-lived here.
Chat, that was a tight one right there. Just barely managed to get above the damage threshold. Oh no, Flixie goes down too. Gonna get the res off. Oh.
Unfortunately lose a good chunk of his AP for that, but Vico is still a solo. He has a good amount of builds up to Takada. He could look to just play through the backside and maybe catch an unsuspecting straggler.
Back-to-back games where Vico and Flixie have had trouble with Surge. They're so used to fighting for Surge, but with a majority of the other teams just capitalizing on that Surge meta, it makes it that much more difficult for them. Even if
heals, he's only got 2 mist forms. He needs to get something good.
Points for his trio. They clutched it up as a duo in the last match despite the difficulties. And you were talking about it, Taco. What if Queasy and his trio were up in game 1? Well, now you can see it here in game 2. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy up in the clouds looking to close out height.
It's definitely a more traditional sense here, but also for Pixie, Medios, and Vanya, they've been trying to set themselves up for their own position of success. Starts with big frags onto players like Taysom, but Queasy, Merstash immediately getting a move towards the next front side height. They want to ensure that nobody has an opportunity to try and press them just yet. Looking to spray down. Head on a swivel behavior, and Swizzy, Merstash, they are looking to be the cutoff range for these teams trying to work through secondary height. Hydra, Potty, they don't have Cammy any longer, so trying to overtake height might be out of the intentions here, but they can still look to play through that secondary height, still look to play off of the side of the mountain face and not get caught in all of this traffic. And Vico still barely, he is hurt, but he is making it work. Takada.
9 seconds left till Zone starts picking. Beacon goes down.
No, Vico goes down.
Forced to play out as a duo, get as many points as possible. When Zones have the danger of pulling once again up a mountain, you have to be prepared for the worst, and the worst is exactly what happened as Zone pulls even further up. All these players down below forced to use every last material they have to make it up to the zone. Some going around, but for Swizzy, Merstash, and Queasy, it's a blessing for them on height. The number 1
game 1 winner went down.
Merstash, Swizzy looking to close the gap on the leaderboard, but you got to be careful. That second place trio, it's Seti, it's Yapko, it's Panzer. They're still up, and they're looking strong.
And they're looking to try and just keep clearing out teams that are forced to drop into their lair, essentially. But Pixie, Marias, Vanya, they're also looking to try and see if they can maybe overtake the front side of zone. They know that there are so many teams on each side of them, but Nathan, Ferdoxy, just running directly into the crossfire here. It's so hard when you're trying to scramble your way up this mountain face, so teams that are able to cement themselves early on, they just have the slightest advantage. But Trulex, V, and Teeny, with the IGL shot call of a lifetime, they're just gonna run directly through the tunnel. They're saving so much material here. They're getting a chance to refarm. Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, that might be the final that they'll have to deal with later on here. But right now, it's all down to Panzer. Scratch that. Yapko, Seti, they're the ones who are gonna have to come up big here for their team. And now Yapko, solo clutch position. How many more placements can he truly attain here? And he's just hoping to stay out of sight, out of mind. But it's not going to be enough, because you can never escape where Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash are at. Just looking down, relentless towards the low ground teams.
They got the best zones possible. Well, if any trio's gonna capitalize on it, it's them, and now they know their opponents are low on mats. They're bound to be low on HP. If there's any time you want to get fraggy with it, it's right now, as Swizzy's decided to drop low. Merstash shortly behind him, looking to see if they can pick up these last few eliminations. Just 3 trios are still up, but Merstash, big pump coming through, works, goes down to fall damage. Queasy forced to drop and support his teammate Akira, trying to escape with the potential heal off as Yapko has made it back into the zone, but he quickly picks up Akira. 2 trios left, and now seems to be a 2 versus 1. Swizzy looking to close this game out. He connects the initial shots. He gets dropped.
Ooh, and Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash with the victory royale, chat. W, chat.
Starting to see why NA puts so much respect on your name, bud. But hey, kudos to Queasy. Great heads-up positioning there. He knew he just had to lock in that last shot. He wasn't gonna leave Swizzy hanging by any means, but a great effort out of Yapko at the end there.
It's crazy to think about that at the start of this match, Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy were about to get eliminated off spawn, but Swizzy was able to clutch up the 2 quick eliminations, and that literally granted them the shot of taking home this second match of the day, pushing them from 18th place to who knows what position now after that victory royale. They aggressively played for the high ground despite getting dropped in that first moving zone, and luckily enough, it kept pulling up the hill, allowed them to not get contested throughout the rest of that late game, and in those final moments, they decided to play a bit extra aggressive, pick up a nice few eliminations, and in the end, Yapko almost was able to make a miracle come through, but Queasy shut that down quickly and gave them that victory royale. That's it for game 2, so let's head back to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you so much. It's hard to believe that Queasy's trio were going to take the victory royale if you cast your mind back to that off-spawn battle where Swizzy pulled off a miraculous 2v1 versus Ping and Wox. And then obviously they are blessed by those mountainous zone pools in the end mini-minor and made the victory royale look effortless.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a tough situation for Malabuka's team. Just, you know, another game 11 where they're trying to make it off spawn. They're trying the same strategy they tried before, and it just didn't quite work out for them. But, I mean, all eyes have to be on Swizzy here.
I mean, how can they not be? They've got to take him down there. Look, I'm all for giving my props to Swizzy because he did phenomenally there. But really, you're pointing fingers. If you're Ping and Wox, you're looking at yourselves in the mirror going, we've got to win that, right? We really have to win those. And I mean, the rest of the game sort of plays out how I would have expected, right? I actually thought this was what game 1 was going to look like, right? In one of these games where you allow, you know, the team to sort of come through, you beat them off spawn, you go out and win that game, right? Typically, right? That's what you expect from these elite teams. They obviously didn't do that in game 1. Here in game 2, they make it happen in the exact type of fashion we love to see them do it, Minnie.
Yeah, it's a typical Queasy victory royale, really, isn't it? Trying to dominate that high ground, understanding the zones where they could pull, of course, and ended up pulling over that hill. So they had to put themselves in the prime position. And when you're up on height in this position, it's so straightforward to make sure that teams don't try and contest, because everyone else down below is just trying to traverse up that hill and make their way up, whereas you can just sort of look down and ensure that nobody else can make their way through. So a really straightforward performance, but another one from these guys that we would expect, because this is exactly what they're going to be doing in all of the games.
And the way Swizzy played this game, again, just from the start, starting off with that huge sort of 2v1 in box, to just being an absolute menace to everyone in this lobby. So many times we watched him in this end game, and he was just putting in damage, just straight damage. And, you know, I know the casters were trying to hype up there the potential for Yapko to make something happen. Nah, man, it wasn't happening, bro. Queasy was ready, max HP, always the insurance there. A very strong start from these boys.
I mean, historically, all of these players, even with different teammates, were high ground kings, and now they've come together to conquer. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be chatting about the rest of Game 2. Welcome back to the FNCS Europe Major 3 finals. We're 2 games in, and what games they have been. Let's talk about our end game situation. Just to recap, Swizzy, Queasy, Moustache took game number 2 in style, and they took it from the grasp of Seti, Yapko, and Panzer, a trio that we didn't get to see much of in the group stage because they did qualify via a victory royale, but they're really showing us what they can do now, Levin.
I mean, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. They are rising to the occasion. You know, when we have these major threes every year and there's the teams who we know need to qualify, a lot of the times, a lot of those teams sort of just come through, they skate through, they'll pick up an 8th or a 9th place, and that's enough to get them to globals. Jobs are good, and right, Minnie? These guys are not playing that way right now. They're playing like a team who has intentions to win the FNCS. It's all good. We know we can make it to globals. I'm Seti, I'm Panzer, I'm Yapko, 3 players who are globals quality players, absolutely. But we want to win the whole thing.
Yeah, and if you set your sights for that, I mean, you can only go one way, right? Things can only go well. And I think this is a team that does belong at this stage of the, or this point of the leaderboard as well. I think this is a team that we know how good they can be. We know the experience that all of them have. Panzer in particular on the come up as well this year as well. I think this is a position that he should find himself in first place here. I'm really liking the way they're playing as well. Low ground consistency, finding eliminations is whether they can keep it up now.
But Minnie, it's crazy. You think about Yapko, he was doing all right on NA Central until last season, and now he's come back and he's starting to look dominant in Europe again.
Yeah,
I think this on their scorecard for this year.
I think it's just a boost of confidence from him, really, going over to NA, performing well, doing that sort of, I think he came sort of like 5th and 8th on NA, maybe a little bit higher as well. He's just doing very well over there, giving himself that confidence back, which I think some veteran players might lose that as they get older and sort of more well-known in the scene and more experienced. So it's nice for him to be up on top.
But let's talk about the amazing performance as well of Sato, Karma, and Swix so far. They had 11 eliminations in their first game. Another strong performance from them here as well, Evan.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Sato might have heard us all, you know, waxing lyrical about Akira's trio, talking about their chance of making it to globals, and he's going, hold on a minute, guys. I've been to a global championship. You're forgetting me when you're talking about the best French players, and, you know, he's been putting on a show for us so far in these first couple games. You know, don't sleep on these guys. Do not sleep on these guys. There's always going to be a team in these majors, I think, that comes through and surprises people with their performances. And I think so far this team is that one. With that being said, Akira's trio did have a really good game and outplaced them, right? But it might be hard to outfrag these guys of how these guys are playing right now. Sato is really popping off, Minnie.
Yeah, if you're rooting for the French teams, you'll be really happy with how this has started. A couple of French teams popping off. I mean, these guys in particular having a really good start. I think it just comes down to now their off-spawn situation. How's that going to go? Contestations, team moving in. Are they going to be able to keep up that consistency? That's going to have to be questions they're going to have to answer for the rest of it.
Well, Akira, Karama, and Werex as well, they were appearing in the endgame. It was kind of a blink and you miss it moment, but they were there and they were challenging the top, Minnie.
Yeah, better performance from these guys. We didn't see it in the game number 1. We didn't see what we know that these guys can do. It was a 14th with 2 eliminations. That last game, a 3rd with 11 eliminations. So a massive comeback for these guys. And I think that's going to give them a little bit of confidence now. Getting off to a good start in major finals is so important. They didn't have that 11, but they've come back and they have the chops to make it all the way.
Massive, big game. Could have been better as well. I know Akira went down there to 4 damage at the end. It was a tough closing out, but I'm optimistic about these guys ramping up the momentum a bit.
Well, we're going to ramp up the momentum. We've got 4 games left in tonight's lobby. There is everything to play for right now. It's too early to call, but we know now our trios are feeling warmed up. We're starting to see some contenders rise, but everything can change in just a game. So let's head into game number 3.
Look, Frankie, you're speaking about contenders. The top 3 right now, all trios have yet to qualify to the Global Championship. We were looking at predictions. The top 5 had all already qualified, but now our top 3 on the leaderboard have yet to get a spot in the Global Championship, and it is looking strong. 3rd place, you mentioned it. Sato and his trio, one of the French trios looking to represent their country in France. Hopefully at the Global Championship. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves though, Taco, because we're still just going to be getting into game 3 here shortly, and there's 12 full matches to be played out. So let's get right into the next one.
All right, chat. Game 3, Major 3 finals. Let's get it. Let's go.
Look, the leaderboard might not be panning out the way that a lot of folks would have expected for the starting point, but it is still day 1. one or two solid pop-off performances could leave you in a much better position to try and play through, settle up some of those issues if you've been having them from day one matches, and figure it out for day two.
I'm all about it though. I love the rivalry. We've got a sick off spawn at Demon's Domain. Absolute cinema leaderboard with Seti and Cammy in first and second place going head to head back and forth. And we're just kicking things off. So let's see if we get a third contestation down at Demons. It's currently 2-0 for Queasy and his trio. And it looks like we are going to get it.
If this is another wash from Malabuka's team, you're going to have to seriously start considering, do we just drop it? But Queasy, he finds the first one onto Watch. Ping, hoping that he can just barely manage to survive, but Swizzy, hot on his heels, looking to chase them all out. Malabuka, he is the only one left standing. One of the fastest off-spawn disputes that we have seen today. And Mustache, Swizzy, Queasy, they're all just hunting down where has he, rolled off to. They don't realize that he's still sitting overhead. But there's no shotgun. Maybe this chest can provide it, but it's not a Sentinel Pompier. This is not the shotgun that you want for up close and personal against 3 healthy members, Takada.
Yeah, look at their shield. Look at their loadouts. At this point, I'm thinking how to escape, not how to win the 1v3. It's how to get out of here. Where can I hide where they'll never find me? Or what's my exit route? But, I mean, you'd think after Scrims going 5-0 in the way of Queasy, they would have potentially committed to another drop spot. But this could be it. Malabuka now has a chance to take down Mustache. One player to start. How has he not seen him?
So close, but so far away. Malabuka will be spotted out, though, eventually. And now
Run, Malabuka, run!
friends to enemies. At this point, everyone is fair game, and Queasy's team, for the 3rd time here today, have
I think it's about time for them to give that drop spot up. Honestly, if they keep going there, it looks like they're going to end up losing their chance at winning this.
Ahead of us, though, Taco. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but the confidence is definitely in the hands of Queasy and his trio. Ari, Cammy, eye drop. Kind of seen this back and forth at Shining Span now throughout all these matches, but it's been working out for Cammy. Despite them losing that first place spot, they're still in the top end of that leaderboard, so all they got to do is keep it up.
I think one of my favorite parts, though, about watching Cammy kind of play through a competitive environment is knowing that he's going to be one of the few teams that is almost always guaranteed to try and challenge the notorious Queasy for height. We've even seen lobby number 1, that was fully on Cammy. Lobby number 2, Queasy responds back. And now here, lobby 3, first it builds with this dispute here on Shining Span. Good early knock, early elimination from Cammy's team onto Belusi. Definitely gonna pose some issues there.
What's interesting about Karma, Sato, and Splik is, I hate bringing it up again and again, but that computer prediction we did put this trio at less than a 1% chance of winning the tournament, and now they're in 3rd place, looking stronger than ever. Trying to not only claim that spot at the Global Championship, but potentially just win the whole major here. As we look at Pink, Kiro, and Nebs once again, Coach Harry was talking about it. This is a trio that has experience. They've been in Fortnite competitive for a while now, and what Coach Harry was saying is they kind of got to make sure they keep up the consistency in terms of, the roots of Fortnite competitive, not just the specific meta that changes every single season, but the general roots of how to keep the chemistry up, how to do rotates depending on the zones, how to play these early, mid, end games. So hopefully we can see that consistency shine here throughout the 12-day format. And it looks like we might get a sneaky play here from Sato. Frennick has been cracked already. Huge opportunity to strike right now.
Frennick already a little bit frazzled, a little bit distracted. Doesn't even recognize the fact that Sato's ramping directly overhead of him. And Sato just drops down like a hawk from above, but he doesn't find that initial knock. He's still looking to chase it out, though. Frennick just dashing down this mountainside. Sato can't connect with the final shot, and Giras now able to provide a little bit of supportive measures here. And that'll be a full-on disengage. Just a miss swing from Sato. Got some good damage, at least, for the Surge, but Could have been so much more.
Should have been at least an elimination, in my opinion, but kind of missed the wall edit there after getting the initial shot. It's all good, though. A bit of damage. Demon Storm picks. Continuing with their fight, but kind of taking it out of Utopia City as Howley Physics and Don there kind of on the run here. How many mats do they have, though? I mean, it's still so early in the match, they can't be that healthy on materials.
Both of these teams have just been consistently holding each other here at Utopia City. Largely, it's been Big Storm and Demus getting the upper hand overall, but Howley, Dendabuzo, Physics has realized we're just not healthy enough. We just don't have enough material. Fall back, create a little bit of a gap between themselves and Big Storm and Demus, but those three are looking to just run them down. Why not key it? They trust in their fragging abilities. And that's something that Rex is going to have to find. Shutting down iDrop this early on here at Shining Span. This is disastrous for Cammy. Or at least it could have been if he wasn't able to fly overhead and find a quick little cleanup for himself. Big plays coming out of Cammy. He's definitely got some strong leads for Lobby 3. That's a lot of momentum early on.
Yeah, looking pretty one-sided at the Shining Span so far. Let's take a look at this eventful replay. Reason on his space.
It's always good to get an idea, though, of what's been brewing there for Savage, Reason, and Chap. So many fans are just looking for that team to have a Cinderella story type run. Big Storm and Demus, though, they're ultimately able to finish what they'd started. 3 eliminations now to open things up. And the primary issue has definitely been this off-spawn battle just drawing out for way too long, but they're actually able to settle things up pretty quickly in this lobby, Takada. We might see them look for a better conversion of mid to end game.
Yeah, I like the looks of this. Start is looking a lot stronger for Demon Storm picks. They're able to quickly finish that fight and not get staggered too long. Now, the thing is they probably almost even forgot how their route looks after getting those quick eliminations since it's been taking so long in the start of this tournament. Porhawa, Kaisers sneaking up, trying to see if they can find an opening here. Not on Finnick again. Not in the same match back to back.
Sometimes it's just tough to catch a break here, but Porhawa, Kaisers, Masiak, they haven't found the true opening just yet, but it's close.
Oh,
Very
no.
near future. Finnick gonna take a little bit of time to heal. But even with those footsteps sounding overhead, Porhawa, Masiak, Kaisers, they've already invested enough time here at Takada. They're willing to just fully commit. They know that this is
Oh, what's up, DB? Yes, sir.
coming to save him.
Yes, sir. Major 3 Grands.
Roll into them essentially.
And then next month's going to be LAN.
Do it too.
It's going to be the World Cup.
As well. Trexer in a similar position. Good news.
I'm actually in talks with somebody right now about setting up a team for next year. Get some practice in over the next several months and start working for next year's FNCS. Who knows? TKHD Games might make a run for the FNCS World Cup next year.
Actually translated into an elimination. Finnick and Gidus will fall back one more time. Is now Denis will be the last piece of the puzzle here, and that's going to be enough to fully. It's just an ultimate fizzle out here at Takada. I really thought that we were going to see maybe Porhawa's team look to try and tackle the overhead, but it's just too strong of a position that Finnick and Gidus are holding onto right now.
Yeah, what I like about what Gyros and Linus was doing is they were on the elevated area, kind of on the mountains surrounding Canyon, so even if Finnick kind of got shot and cracked, they were still able to have the better position to kind of cover him while he was able to build back up. So good job kind of preparing for those moments.
Just waiting for the revive to finish here for X-Force and CZB. Nathan off over yonder, just doing what he can to collect whatever materials, excess loot team might need. He trusts that TZB and X-Force have the surge locked down, but he might need to go actually give them a helping hand. They are not having a great time with their bloom battles, and sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Is the way it goes. Saw Merstash on the feed go down. I'm wondering what happened there, but Yapko, Seti, Panzer, not too much happening in sight. They were already kind of finished with their earlier game surge base, so now depending on where zone pulls, they'll kind of figure out how they move forwards here.
Okay, Chap and Savage still hanging out at their starting drop point of resistance base, and they're looking pretty healthy. They're looking like they were able to get off to the start that they wanted, but Reason, he scouted Thimu, looking to try and play for the reboot ban. It's only a matter of time before he calls Chap and Savage over. That might be a primo chance to acquire even more surge, even more points off the eliminations.
Julie, Ghost, and Hyper close to where Panzer and Astria was by Lone Wolf, but it is actually another full engagement going on. But we'll look at Pahara. Gotta be careful down in the snowy section of the map. Quick elimination gonna come through on this flick. One of the top trios potentially going down here, unless Sato is able to make magic happen. 2 quick knocks, turning this fight around. Pahara now getting a bit nervous, but they have to be careful. A full other trio crouching in.
Sato has absolutely no idea, just to expose, and Loki immediately punishes him for it with Sangil by his side, now looking to just fully close in onto the remains of this starting point battle. Karma underneath, thought he could slip by unnoticed, but Loki actually gonna be 180 turned upon here. QB Sangil now have to settle the score here. And fortunately enough for Loki, his teammates were more than healthy enough to take up that battle, but definitely thwarts their plan. Definitely gonna cause them to slow down a little bit here, but it also definitely puts them in a really nice spot loot-wise, Takada.
Yeah, what an unfortunate way for Sato and Astria to go down, though. Just having turned around that fight. Getting 3-2-1. There's only so much you can do at that point. Reason, Chap, and Mr. Savage are going to pick up Robin and his trio, though. A needed 3 eliminations, as they've been struggling a little bit in the first 2 matches. Able to make it into the end game in the first one. Second one didn't quite go their way, but now a little more faith going forwards for the 3rd match.
With the amount of teams that we've seen playing some of these fights in the middle of Storm, Takada, Storm Sickness is a real kind of hovering threat for some of these teams. But right now, though, Ivan, Ifrozi, they're hoping that they can maybe see if their trio is powerful enough to overtake Asul's. And they've got them on the ropes here, Takada, but you need to just close things out. You want to find the eliminations and get a move on before the edge of zone has a real chance to fully focus in to where you're trying to rotate through anyway. They can't overstay, and they need this fight desperately. Asul and Inflexus just are not healthy enough to do anything else if they can't find a clear refresh.
It's a perfect opportunity for Cammy. Sit on the side of zone, though, and shoot back at them as they attempt to rotate in and finish up their battle here. I mean, the way the meta's kind of playing out puts a lot of these trios in desperate need of damage. We saw in game 1, Sato had 10 eliminations and still were under the surge threshold. So you can never stop looking for tags, never stop looking for damage. If you had an unlucky start of the game where you couldn't follow your surge path, you're put into even more pressure to make something happen before that end game begins. Take Nev's Kiro. I'm looking forward to seeing a big game from this trio. Hopefully this time, if they're able to make it into zone with the loots they have, they can make something happen.
Problem is they're kind of just being sidelined right now by Pigstorm and Demus. Kiro, young Fragger though, kind of opens up with a big knock onto Pix. Utopia is probably going to continue to be an issue for Pink Nevs and Kiro to rotate through, though, knowing that they've got Tarm and Demus essentially kind of maybe trailing them. But at the same time, teams like Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, no interruption so far on their dead side rotate. Takata, it just comes down exclusively to how much Surge are they able to acquire, but because of that all-spawn battle at Demon's Domain, it's likely to have them set up to just continue fixating on positioning.
Quite center map zone pull, not only for the island, but just the zone in general. As we can see, a significant amount of trios still in the storm, far away, and one of those trios, Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash, they've done enough damage to play it a bit safer here. As how has this fight not ended? Another one struck out by Perhala after they picked up the quick eliminations onto Sato. Now they're kind of forced into getting stuck in the snow. Low shot gets hit.
Both of these teams, though, under that surge damage threshold, and they have so much ground to cover to even make it into the next edge of zone. This fight might just ultimately be the thorn in the side for both of these teams, no matter who comes out on top here, Takata. But it's always a matter of pride involved in these types of exchanges. For Hala, Macy at Kaisers, we're looking to settle the score right now with Sangil just immediately trying to tackle inside of his box, but Loki from a separate angle entirely. Now back to Perhala, trying to see if he can overtake height, but across the way, misform directly towards QB. He knows that they're hurt, he knows that they're injured, and he knows that he's got Sangil to maybe back him up, but QB, a little bit too ambitious. And that's gonna be enough here for Sangil and Loki. They're trying to see if they can sit back, but Perhala, Macy at Kaisers, they know that this is entirely in their favor now. Up until Kaisers takes too much damage, and Sangil looking to even the score here, but Perhala on the other end of things finds that last elimination onto Loki. Sangil now trying to see how long can he delay Perhala and Maciak. Both of these teams have got to get a move on though, Takata.
That's the issue. I mean, normally when you have the height, you kind of have the choice to just disengage and run away, but when you're so far low below the surge threshold, you kind of have to continue the fight despite being so far away from zone and not even knowing if you have a chance to make it back. And with the amount of HP that Perhala and his teammate have, I mean, even if they end up getting these eliminations, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it back. Sangil doing what he can to hold his ground. The 98 shot gonna come through. The knock onto Perhala, turning it into a 1 versus 1. Another shot connecting, and Sangil is looking to close this one out.
Sangil just refuses to fall here, and Maciak, what should have been an easy, tidied up exchange, has now been completely turned on its head.
Nice clutch up for Sangil.
Actually fallen. Whether or not Sangil is able to prevail from this point on, Takata.
Hey, Mr. Savage.
Clear is that if you're gonna step up, you better step correct, because teams are locked in right now. Players are teed up for this grand finals.
I love what I'm seeing here from Reason, Savage, and Chap. They got a very good zone pull. Now they're able to conserve a good amount of mats, but it's all about just opening up angles on the players rotating in. But what happened to Cammy and iDrop? Harry's been left alone, just 70 above. It's Demastorm picks right in front of him. Misform's gonna come into play, but they're gonna know you're a solo if you get seen here. A full trio to your right, there's only so many options you have.
Just drop all hard material possible and base up. Hardy might be able to try and catch a player off guard. At the very least, he can look to just push back, but it appears as though he's drawn a little bit too much attention. Team's kind of recognizing this is a solo operation. This is not a fully healthy team by any means. And Hardy praying that somebody else is there to distract Kurama, Werix, and Akira. But we'll have to sit tight and just wait for his opportunities. It's hard to be proactive when you're a solo in a lobby full of so many trios and even duos.
Yeah, ideally as a solo you want to conserve materials, but you need to kind of overbuild to not put that focus onto you. Yep, go Seti and Panzer trying to apply pressure onto Akira on his trio. 277 below, now they're going to be forced into a bit of panic here as they have to look at multiple directions. The issue is a lot of the trios are already boxed up. They either go for a triple spray onto a wall or look for that late trio
trio rotating in, but 300 is a big number, Taco. They got to connect a lot of shots.
And beggars can't be choosers. They just got to get into somebody's box, and they need to do it expeditiously. They might have found their targets. It's Karama, Werix, directly underneath them. Panzer trying to see if he can find some sort of angle, a little bit of leverage here to kickstart this battle. But Karama holding fast. Panzer finally gonna drop, but it's just too much desperation. They're putting themselves in two awkward positions. They're getting reckless with their peaks. They are 96 above, and it's still climbing, but losing SETI. Juice might not have been worth the squeeze after all. They're gonna try and see if they can make a play, throwing SETI's box back, but even with the double revive in motion, it's still going to be very difficult for these guys to move forward. They've got to get more damage.
The zone pull to them, though. They got the perfect zone pull. They're now 70 above. All the opponents have to rotate towards them. They just have to take shots onto them. Harry somehow is still up, but with 304 below the threshold. Surge now ticking with just a couple minis left. 5 bandages. You got to hope either we go below the amount of players that have to be up here, or Harry finds a miracle, but the zone pulls in his favor. It's just the timing. It's not looking good.
Unfortunately, sometimes you just have to depend on the lobby to kind of turn in your favor. But bodies are not dropping like flies right now, not at the speed that Hardy needs them to. That's really what he's trying to buy time for, is hoping that the surge threshold is just turned off. But that might not be afforded to him. Just gonna play out what's left of his bandages here at Takada. But I fear we are witnessing the demise of Cammy's last standing member.
Look above. Looks like we have a face-off, a head-to-head potentially. Queasy on the west side, Vanya and his trio on the east side. Depending on where this first moving zone pulls, it could give one of these trios a massive advantage for that high ground, as Hari now, with only 1 bandage left, has a bit of time till Surge starts picking again. It's 5 seconds on the clock until he has to make a move.
Love that Hari is just thieving some Menmis grenade from the other team surrounding him. Veno, Flixie, Vico though, they've got the Surge figured out this match. 259 above, but still looking to keep that number ticking upwards in their favor. Queasy, Murstache, Swizzy, big tag onto Queasy. A little bit unlucky there, but right now they've settled the score. They've taken over the high ground.
I wouldn't say unlucky. They got that first zone pull. Now all they got to do is hold on to it, and if any trio's going to do it, it's them. As now their focus, apply pressure on trios that look like they might want to take it later on. Make sure to conserve a lot of mats on these initial rotates if they end up getting multiple far pulls. Pink on the edge of zone, making his way in. Panzer Yapko Seti somehow still up from the potential tragedy that almost just went down in the last zone to now having the full trio up, and Vico, Veno, Flixie looking healthier than ever.
They're just content to stick to the mid-ground for right now, but Veno knows we've got to play through front side instead. And Veno just trying to get a little bit of separation here from the rest of the pack. Doesn't want to get too caught up in any of the congestion that's starting to build towards that backside of zone. Vanya, Medias, Pixie, they want height and they want it now, and they get it, but it does come at a cost. Granted, Queasy also incredibly low. Medias and Pixie gonna be able to play defensive measures here. Vanya now healed up more than enough, and the height overthrow is a success. Medias, Pixie, they get chopped out though. Queasy one more time tries to take it over, but Vanya, that's a big spill here. And for Medias and Pixie, they're now left to try and pick up the weight. But with Queasy, Murstache, Swizzy playing through the high ground, it's just not going to be a possibility. They're going to be forced to now just drop ultimate low.
Less than 5 seconds, and Queasy, Swizzy, Murstache were able to take back that high ground, eliminating Vanya to the chop down, as now they're running a bit low on mats, but all they need is 1 or 2 refreshes. They drop down, get a little aggressive with it. Marius down on the mid ground, looking to see what they can do. Mr. Savage Chap Reason on second height, but the pressure's on them now. Queasy taking shots, trying to get them to drop further. He does not want to get contested again.
Murstache also dropping directly overhead of where Savage's team was at, but Yapko, Panzer, Seti, they've been making statements throughout their first couple of lobbies here today, and they don't have any intentions of slowing down anytime soon here. CZB also hugging towards that backside low, but Veno, Flixie, Vico, spotlight on them. High ground is noticed. Mid ground's not safe. Swizzy's gonna be one of the first to drop here. He's hoping to see if he can get a big refresh, a nice little elimination. Take the loop back up to Queasy. wherever it may come, but Mustache will be the first one to find success here. Hasn't had a chance yet, though, to go grab the body loot, but that was Flixie who went down. Trueleg still sticking it out, backside of zone. Teams just getting trampled in the mid-ground layers.
Marius doing what he can to stay up. Pixie's incredibly low, but the med miss is going to come through alongside that Chug Jug. It's going to be more than enough to keep himself up. Mustache has gone down. Queasy put into shambles. It is going to be Pixie Marius as a duo. They've overthrown height.
Everything has gotten a little bit too chaotic now. Swizzy, too much of a mess here, and only one build remains. He'll try to do what he can, but he doesn't have any way to prevent height shooting him down. Pixie and Marius as a duo now. Everybody is so hurt down below in these low layers. Nico has fallen. Veno might be next, but first off, Seti, Benzer, Yapko still working through that front side low. Same case scenario here for Savage, Reason, and Chat. This could be their moment. They've managed to chase down Veno. They've completely torn apart this secondary height. It's all down to whether or not they've got enough left in the tank to fully take down Pixie and Marius and also deal with the Titans underneath them. That's Seti's team.
How are they still pushing forwards? Reason, Chap, Savage, they've taken height. So many retakes have came throughout this match, and Marius is going for it again, but he quickly gets shut down. Mr. Savage needs this game. They had a rough first 2 matches to start off this tournament, but all it takes is one big one with a big shot coming through onto Pixie. Savage is going to go down. It's all up to Reason now.
Oh no! Mr. Savage's team comes out second. Oh, so close. GG's for sure. W in game for game 3. Now we are officially halfway done with day 1 of the European side of Major 3 Finals.
They definitely did. All they needed was a decent match to put them back into potential to qualify into the Global Championships, but even just taking home that first place spot, that's a huge bump up on the leaderboard. But also for Tayson, Chisho, and Haris, they were 16th place going into this match, and consistency is what paid off. They were able to hold on to a good amount of heals. They disengaged when things got the most chaotic, and from downtown, Haris, without a sweat, was able to close out that match with heals to spare. So let's head back over to the desk and see what they got to say.
Thank you very much, guys. That was probably the messiest endgame we've seen so far. So many contenders challenging for the victory royale, but in the end, HRS quietly crept up and knocked out the competition, Levin.
Hey, huge game for this trio, and I feel bad with what I'm about to say, but they're a trio that I feel like easily gets forgotten about here in EU, right? Because they've already qualified to global, so we're not talking about them as a team that needs to do that, right? And they're not quite a contending team, right? It's not felt that way in terms of performance leading up. People aren't predicting them to come through and win FNCS, and so they sort of just go under the radar. But one thing you cannot deny is that there is quality there, Mini, and they showcased that quality here. Haris with a huge cut staying alive. There was pressure on him, right? Seti's knocking down his door, and he answered incredibly well.
Yeah, really great game for these guys. They only managed to get 1 elimination before this game, so they've ramped it up a little bit as well. And I remember, I think it was in the group stage we were talking about this team, and they seem to have an off game, and then an on game, and then an off game, so maybe we're going to see a little bit more of that sort of...
Wait, hold on. Did I see that correctly? I think Mr. Savage's team went down 3rd, and Veno's team went down as 2nd. That's what it just looked like, so that's a correction on my end.
But now they've got a taste for success. They're going to be hungry for more. We'll be back in a few. way through FNCS Europe Major number 3, and we are serving up some tea today, boys. Namely, that last showdown between Savage's trio and Hatres's trio. It was such a closely run thing, Levin.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, this is what you want to see. You want to see the drama, the moments. Mr. Savage's trio in that moment, they looked incredibly good, right? Throughout the end game, we were sort of looking at them and going, oh, all three of them are up, all three of them looking good. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough one, but I mean, I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. Look at this. Seti, Yapko, Panzer, first place. 75-point lead so far. Huge number of eliminations for these guys as well, and it just seems like they're playing the fundamentals of endgame so well. They're getting eliminations as they do so, and I think, Levin, we all had high hopes for this trio. We thought, yeah, these guys are going to qualify for the global championships. They have what it takes, but doing this well, I don't think anyone could have had on their cards.
No, this is really impressing me in terms of how these guys are playing. A lot of people might not even remember this, but way back in the day, back when, you know, Seti used to play with Cammy and Teak in trios, right? They were typically a team that would do really well on day ones, right? They were a day one team. I know things maybe switched a bit come chapter 2 in duos, or come the next chapter in duos. And it feels like we're getting some of that day one Seti action from way back in the trio days now, because he's been putting on a show. Panzer and Yapko, we know, are top aimers. They've showed us that multiple seasons in recent times. But yeah, the way these guys are coming out playing today, man, the momentum they have is so impressive.
12 eliminations in that last game. And to think, earlier this season, we talk about Cammy needing to clutch for Seti. Those two were not making it to end games together. And now a whole trio with Seti on the books is actually doing it and coming very close to Victory Royale. So let's see how they do in the next game. But let's talk about Savage. I hinted at the fact that he did fantastically at the start of this pre-game. And I mean, it's good to see Mini Miner.
Yeah, really nice to see these guys performing well. I think all the fans around the world for Mr. Savage and this trio reason as well. I'm sure they'll be really happy with how these guys are performing so far. They're making these end games. They're fragging out as well, getting some nice eliminations. Quite unfortunate ending to this game, of course, not quite closing out the win, but a solid performance nevertheless from a trio that have what it takes, Levin, when you look at the names on the screen to go all the way.
Yeah, and it was almost there, right? If you look at this elimination, Savage gets he picks up 2 chug jugs, 80 and 30 in them. I don't know, I think they might have had storm sickness in this game, right? Yeah, because the reason starts going down really fast. If they don't have storm sickness, with the amount Savage had in those chug jugs, I think he might actually out-heal Hatred there and just win the game if he starts healing instantly, right? So, you know, again, really fine margins here in the FNCS Major Final, but it's good to see these guys sort of announce themselves to the lobby and make their mark here.
This is a trio that didn't need to come through LCQ. They did qualify by consistency last weekend. They just about scraped in. And again, this is the first major we've seen these three playing together. Chat was a last-minute addition, stepping in for the deal after that trio went their separate ways at the end of Major 2. There's so much fan love for these guys. Everyone wants to see them at Globals. Mini Miner, is this possible?
Of course. I mean, you know, it's Mr. Savage, it's Reason, it's Chat, fantastic talent in this trio. I think it's always just been about, can they do it now when all the pressure is on? There's so many eyes on them. And so far with that last game, looking really good. It's just about whether they can continue that now over the course of the next few games.
Well, let's talk about the high ground situation at the end of Game 3, because we got to see Queasy taking it again, a bit more difficult.
Yeah, Summer. He actually got second or third that last match, though. But hey, it's only day one. Anything can change between now and tomorrow.
But when you look at the way the zones pull in, it was way more likely that teams are going to look to contest them, and they got chopped a couple times as a result of it, right? Teams have a bit more time to work with. Eventually, Queasy gets chopped, and look who's waiting for him in the box. Vanya's trio, we know how relentless they can be for height. We know they're a team that wants to take it. But some of these late high ground takes as well, when they know Queasy's team has invested so much into it, being ready to jump in and make their mark is again, a great quality that this team has. They're not a one-trick pony. They're not one-dimensional. It's not take height early or don't bother at all. They can cause problems for Queasy in this lobby.
You look at that leaderboard as well, guys. It's so close between second, third, and fourth. I'm excited to see more high ground.
Yeah, that would be nice. That's one of the 2 teams I'm pulling for, but I'm more or less pulling for Vico, Veno, and Flixie.
But already we've seen how ferocious they can be on the comeback train.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them actually coming into their own now, getting into the sort of gameplay that we would expect from this trio. I expect to see them more on height now, maybe playing with a little bit more confidence, especially since Queasy might be having some off-spawn troubles.
Well, let's head into game number 4 with Taco and Takata and see how our trios shape up.
Yeah, they are. It was 9th before that game. They jumped back up to 7th. So we'll see what happens.
Definitely holding that first place position after we've already covered the halfway point on today, Takata. That is an impressive performance so far from this team.
Definitely a comfortable place to be in. And now we're also seeing one of the most predicted teams at the top of the leaderboard, Vanya, Pixie, Marius. And despite Vanya having went down right when that high ground retake started, they were still able to clutch up.
All right, chat.
To the next match of the day.
We are going to game 4 of the Major 3 Finals. Day 1 for EU. Let's get it. Let's go.
Grand Finals. And it's been a bit of a doozy for Team Malabuka. For anybody that might have missed out, the first 3 lobbies, it has been Queasy's domain so far here today. And whether or not it continues to be a reoccurring theme, only time will tell. But with the way that Malabuka's trio had already committed, it seems like they are dead set on challenging Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache. And this is where things could start to get a little bit scary now for Malabuka, because if you don't win this trade, if you try to just split the POI, for example, and then head off elsewhere, you need to be able to actually play a single early to mid to late game, and that just has not been a possibility for Mali's team today.
Yeah, so normally they'll always kind of 50-50 that rare chest at the top of Demon's Domain, but now they're choosing to do kind of something new, and I don't know how much kind of prep they put into this potential position. We'll see what ends up happening, but Sato split Karma. Had a bit of a freebie in the last match. Hopefully, this time around, they have more of a solid fight. But so far, disengaged to get a bit of extra loot is going to come through.
Team not trying to get too split up from a little bit of slip and slide action towards the ice there with Waze, but Sato, Splik, and Karma probably in the more favorable section of this south portion of the map, and Sato might actually be the first one to tango there with Wise, his Clown, Gabix. We're gonna look to see if they can get some angles overhead, and was not expecting Splik to get isolated that quickly, but great line of sights are pre-established there, and so rapidly too. This is a great opening look though right now. On the other hand, for Sato, he's trying to see if he can get some kind of conversion, some kind of equal playing field. They can find a knock of their own, but it continues to be Clown just pressing forward and Clown pressing back. But Waze, Clown, Gavix ultimately will stand strong, and they win out this exchange. That is a big welcome for these 3.
Yeah, it's quite a tragic match for Sato too. From a 27th to now going down off spawn. They're already in 5th place going into this match, and going from 3rd to 5th to now who knows what position, maybe even into 10th. They're going to have to get back in action for the next matches.
Could be big plays here though for Vidil and Cringe. They are down Volko, but for Hala, Kaiser's, Maciak, they're still looking to try and continue the conversation. They want to be a part of whatever early eliminations they can find, but Cringe, Vidil fighting back. Cringe coming up big time with that elimination onto Maciak. Just kind of gonna extend his position now as Perhawa, Kaisers, they're gonna have to take a moment. And it gives Cringe a chance to maybe lift the heel, but the dash from Perhawa, the porta potty escape. And Kaisers and Perhawa, they're gonna have to hit the drawing board. Be a little bit too risky. They know that a third party has now rolled up to Outpost, and there is nowhere left for Cringe to run.
Yeah, running low. I mean, 20 builds are left, but how long will they last you? You gotta think not how to disengage with those builds, but how to play aggro, box up an opponent. Get a quick elimination. It's just so difficult when you're just one pump shot away from getting knocked down. Cringe gets eliminated, and now 3 elims are on the board.
Heads up plays though from Ivan, Artis, and Ifrozi. The fact that they opted to rotate this quickly out of Kappa Kappa makes perfect sense. They knew that there was a lot of trouble afoot for both of these trios at Outpost, and they knew they could intervene. They're not the only ones either. This intervention of Pastrokey and Ankito. The third-party disruption now. That's going to leave Merstash and Swizzy to fend for themselves. A little bit pinched here between Malibuka's team and Bevy's even starting to join. Well, for a moment, it seemed like Swizzy was going to be able to get out, but Bevy's just had the cutoff there. And this is just an absolute haphazard catastrophe for both Queasy and Malibuka's teams. Neither side really getting the better end of Demon's Domain off spawn.
Yeah, Merstash left as a solo now. Both his teammates got dropped like flies as now, I mean, Malibuka has his whole trio up, but with the amount of loot they got from their side of Demon's Domain, they haven't even pushed in yet, so not looking good for any trio in that situation. Pablo, Fred, and Chino, though. Doesn't matter that they're a bit in the zone. This could be a huge pickup. They just want to play a bit safe here, cannot risk getting knocked down.
Some of the adaptations, though, this has been a very consistent early rotate from Frodoxy's team, but encountering Hizix and then Depuzo might not have necessarily been on their radar. Fully aware of the fact that it's Pradaj and Cantry. I think that was their initial target. They just got a little bit mixed up with the third-party disputes, but Cantry, Pradaj, Fincheck, Fox, able to depend on each other. Cantry also still has a Medmis grenade, so they could definitely look to draw out this fight as much as possible, but Pradaj seemingly wants to get a little bit more involved, up close and personal with the action, gonna dash right through. Medmis grenade does eventually get expended by Cantry there, but Pradaj just trying to apply some pressure to the floors, using the Superman sprites. Get some consistent targeting on the walls, but Pradaj, the moment that he tries to elevate himself a little bit here, getting tagged along the way. Cantry underneath. HP just running so incredibly low for a lot of these teams. They've already expended the bulk of their heals, and Pradaj does have a med kit, but he'll have to use it on himself, and it won't even be finalized. And Depuzo gonna play spoiler to that one. And sure, he does fall, but damage has already been done. Cantry will at least be able to utilize the Siphon, but can he make it for the revive to Pradaj's body when he's got Hizix so healthy overhead?
Not only that, a whole other trio kind of surrounding them like hawks, waiting to see if they should strike. As you can see on the minimap, getting closer and closer now. Pradaj should be able to get picked up, but the shots coming in from the third party. The crack coming through as well. It's just a big opening to say, hey, you'll have the upper hand if you come take this fight.
Oh, they just got to dash and go. They have to either challenge Hizix or completely disengage. There is no in-between, and it looks like they've opted to try and get this elimination onto Hizix. They need material. They know they're going to be pressed pretty soon from a separate direction entirely. And Fincheck, even though he gets knocked here, Cantry still looking to see if he can play for the revive one more time. But Pablo, Frodoxy, Chino, they reinvested towards the fight here. And they are coming back with a vengeance as Pradaj now doing everything in his power to try and see if he can escape from Chino's clutches. But it's Cantry who finds himself at the other end of Chino's shotgun blast there. Wasn't even initially intended for him, but if he's going to jump into the action, he can catch these fists too. Pradaj, the only one, and he's forced to completely dip off into the distance. Pablo is still somewhat trailing him.
Yeah, perfect time to strike for the third party. They waited it out quite patiently, and it worked out well for them. Pradaj on the other end did not work out well at all, as now he's going to be forced to play the slow game, and we know how that turns out with the current meta and the amount of damage you're going to eventually need throughout this match. So wish him the best, but hopefully we see him later on in the match. For now, we'll focus on Vanya, Pixie, and Marius. They've got a pretty set-in-stone strategy here at Flooded Frogs. They're able to get a good amount of surge early on.
God. Look at all these heals, man.
More than enough spare heals in case they do take that damage from their base.
I think it's also about the fact that they can now dip in and out of Storm. They have more than enough white heals to tank up some of these early Storm ticks and just expend even more time forcing teams, forcing the flow of the lobby is what I'm really thinking is their plan to kind of just be one step ahead of everybody else. But Demon's Domain, Malabuko, Wax, Ping. This is the longest that we've seen them last at it, and they have full intentions of trying to clear out Bevies and Verstroki and Kiroi. But they've got to be real careful with this fight. They know just how likely it is for another team to essentially jump into the mix.
Yeah, the issue for Malabuka, Ping, and Walks is, like Levin was alluding to earlier, when you're an elite trio like this, if you have that successful off spawn, the next job is winning the match. And it's what they're going to need if they want to put themselves back in a chance to win this tournament. The good news is it's a 12-game format, so they have time, but hopefully it can all start here. The Mystic item is in Vestroki's hand. That Spire AR, so in terms of loot, they're not even looking great. It's not going to be easy to pick up these eliminations. I don't even think they're going to go for the fight with the amount of heals they have, and winning the match from what they currently have in their loadout is going to be very tough.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what level of success you're looking at when it comes to Mali's team. Like, is it a success that they survived that initial off spawn? Sure, with how they chose to play it and split the POI initially before wrapping back around, but that delay was all it took for Enkiroi, Bevies, and Verstroki to then decide to rotate over, and it's just been so drawn out. All the resources that would be so optimal for a team that could win a clear off-spawn contest there, it's now just being split up by like several different teams if you factor in Queasy's too before they went down, and I don't know that I'm not sold that it's going to put them in, you know, that guaranteed win con they're hoping for. But Pablo, Prodoxy, Gino, they know exactly what they're after, and it's finalizing these eliminations onto Pradaj's team. Pradaj was able to make it to the reboot van. We see Fincheg, we see Cantry, but everyone is just trying to live. Pablo, Prodoxy, Gino, they have different intentions though. They refuse to let Fincheg escape. And Pradaj might meet a similar fate soon enough here with the way that Pablo is chasing after him.
What a game Pradaj just had. From early game to reboot to now in shambles against one of the top trios. Honestly, not much you can do in Pradaj's position here.
There's going to be a lot of time spent on VOD reviews tonight, I'm sure, for Pradaj and the rest of his team. There's always a chance to, you know, hit the drawing board and come back stronger in day two, but right here, right now, Flixie, Veno, Vico, inside of Storm, Cammy trailing behind them. These dead side rotates. We've seen some teams like Veno's kind of struggle with maintaining Surge throughout the process, but when you've got the possibilities here of now exchanging some tags between iDrop, Cammy, and Hadi and themselves, that might be the difference maker.
It's like the focus is just getting to zone. Good news is, due to their positioning on the map, there isn't a lot of trios already based up in that section of the zone, so they should have a pretty straightforward rotate here, and Vico, Veno, Flix are going to be able to reuse the mats if they have to. They shouldn't, because I don't think there's going to be too many players shooting back at them unless they try and hold them. Panzer, Yapko, and Seti currently leading the pack by 75 points going into this match, and they're looking to hold on to it. Not a single elimination, just playing it slow for the start of this match. That's exactly what they need to do.
It's an awkward kind of tension lingering overhead the lobby right now. Yapko, Seti, Panzer fully aware of some of the surge bases that lie just ahead of them on the mountain span. And you want to be greedy with your materials, but when so many teams are in those elevated box positions, it can be tough to break through. There's now Timu on the receiving end of Axforce, Nathan, and CZB's aggression. Outlaw Oasis could be Robin and Timu's demise. But first things first, Robin, can you find the opening shot to actually balance this fight? Or will you just be third-partied because the True Lake's lingering right behind where this fight is taking place?
That's the big question. Do they know? I'm sure they do. As the shots continuing to go back and forth, but until the big hit
connects until a knock comes through. The full box fight being committed. The third party is going to hold back, wait for that moment to strike. But so far, that moment isn't coming through.
But Trulick's team, they know that they're in zone. They don't feel rushed. They're as long as they keep these two teams in their sights, this is a very, very optimal janitorial position that Trulick's might have just signed himself up for. But it does depend on how long can Robin and Timu fake it till you make it, because the material count is very different between these two teams. But it's not like Axe4, CZB, and Nathan have 100% knowledge of that, right? They don't have the same advantages we do. I'm just watching how this whole story is about to unfold here. Robin trying to see if he can get some tags exchanged, but the shot connections are just not the big chunky hits that you need to try and turn these ties in your favor.
Ooh, walking a bit closer. TKHD now might be knocking on a door, hoping that maybe Axe4 or CZB try and disengage, but little do they know they're the ones pushing forwards. All it takes is one change of an angle, one edit of that metal wall.
Patience is a virtue. That discipline right now from Trulick's team might just pay off dividends in mere seconds here. It all depends on whether or not Axe4, CZB, and Nathan are able to just have a clean up here. They've got to find two very quick knocks, two very quick eliminations, or be even further exposed to falling victim. But Robin, shield fully cracked, barely managing to create just a little bit of space here, but that was more than enough for Teeny to get the green light to go in. And Teeny now chasing down Axe4. Axe4 is just a sliver of HP. He's barely managing to make it back to the rest of his unit. But now the problem extends even further because Trulick's, Teeny, Svi, they spent so much time waiting and they didn't get the opener that they were after.
Quite literally could have left Axe4 at 1 HP from how low he was looking, but how quickly he was able to get back to 100 is impressive. Like you mentioned, they spent a lot of time and it's made them only be 403 above, which is good for now, but you can see how quickly it gets cut in half, as now the rotating back around could open up a big opportunity to get some shots onto Marius and Pixie here.
Bigger fish to fry, that's for sure, but Trulick's knows best. This isn't necessarily the best position to try and take the odd shot at Vanya's team, not when there's another team overhead on the rooftops inside of Oasis. But CZB, Axe4, Nathan, the distraction was enough from the rest of the lobby. They were able to capitalize on those last two eliminations, but that leaves Teeny, Trulick's, and Svi tough out of luck. And they're just going to completely fall back, look to try and wrap around into next edge of zone from a more dead side position.
Looking like Turtle Wars for a second here. Blast from the past. The never-ending box fight finally has concluded. Now a good chunk of trios have shown up. They heard the shots, they heard the action. CZB, Axe4, Nathan kind of coming out on top. 2,100 damage above the threshold now. Full focused on making it to zone, but there's quite a lot of trios kind of blocking their path, so they have to pick their options carefully.
And even though they have so much surge damage right now, I think the primary concern that they're running into, Takada, is Storm Sickness. We saw it already be a debilitating factor for Savage's team in the last lobby, and this was a big time sink from CZB, Axe4, and Nathan. Even though they obviously didn't want to stick around for that long, they were just forced into, you know, you have to just play it front to back sometimes. You've got to just tackle the team that's in that initial box fight with you because of the way that Trulick's team posted up, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not they actually intend on trying to outlast the heal off. Things are still continuing to pick up though inside of the storm as Kaiser's with this first one onto Gavix. Clown has been going through it in this lobby.
Not been having a great time for sure, but luckily it's just the start. As we look back over to Teeny, Trulick's, and Skivi, you were mentioning the Storm Sickness, and they just now finally made it into the storm, or into the zone. Pardon me, as they'll continue to make their way in. Quick replay on how they were able to actually pick up a couple extra eliminations on their way to it.
Definitely needed that little bit of damage too. 504 above, 457. The numbers are going to bounce back and forth until it turns off. But True likes Teeny, XV, at least for right now, a moment of relief. But they might have another opportunity to re-aggress with CZB, Nathan, and Axe Force. Just pulled up a little bit west of where they were at. Other teams, though, looking to get more isolated positions. Cammy, iDrop, Hottie, boxed up. And just looking back at the rest of the lobby. Don't want to get too overexposed here, though. Nothing too greedy. But some nice peeks out of iDrop. Just looking to net a little bit more damage where possible.
Yeah, they need a pretty good match here if they want to be contenders for that first place spot, but I don't want to talk too soon. As tragedy might have struck, Hari has gone and knocked down Panzer. Seti Yapko, on the other hand, looking a lot more healthy. Now potential shots coming through, where you can see the double res is going to potentially come through onto Hari, but the triple spray just might be too much pressure. They're going to have to mist form, leave Hari behind.
The duality of what some of these trios are experiencing right now. Seti, Yapko, Panzer, sure they were under a little bit of pressure, but not quite to the extent of where iDrop currently sits. Cammy knocked. Hottie eliminated. iDrop trying to see if he can even make it back to the body. Mistform gonna carry him out, but that was his last charge on the Mistform. He does have a couple of Chug Jugs left to play, so he could just look to sit back, tank a little bit of Storm, and hope for a really big refresh on the way out.
Let's see. Renovico looking healthier on the other end. Now they're setting themselves up for a solid match here. We'll see where this 8 zone does end up. Closing to. Not exactly on them, but it could have been a lot worse. Close enough to get a solid Mistform rotate here.
Like, Vena's always the sort to kind of encapsulate anything you can do, I can do better mentality. But to try and steal the show away from Seti, Yapko, and Panzer is going to prove to be a monumental feat today, because these guys have just been on fire, Takada. This entire trio has so much to prove. Seti trying to tell everybody it's not a fluke that we split up. This is my team, and we are here to represent as top contenders of EU. And from where they were last seen, Takada, they might just be able to get the job done here in Lobby 4, but Savage, Reason, Chap also looking to keep themselves inside of that conversation for the leaderboard top end.
The second place finish in the last match really boosted them up in terms of placement, but they're still in 12th going in, so Chap, Savage, and Reason may need another big game, but they're in the position to get it. Now staying ahead of zone, doing a good amount of damage, but a potential mountain zone once again. Gotta be ready for the change of elevation if it comes to it. Seti, Yapko, Panzer looking comfortable, finding openings, options, shots, anything they could possibly get to do more damage.
These soft pulls over the water too, just forcing so many teams to burn through their material counts. Chap, Reason, Savage, backside of zone, and it's proving to be too much congestion for them to handle. Reason gonna be the first one to get knocked. Chap shortly after. Savage can't withstand it. Just too much pressure.
And there goes down Savage.
A little bit ahead, and with all of the benefits, now Nebs, Kiddo, Pink, after recognizing the way that Savage's team went down, they don't want to become the next victims. They're just trying to sit tight for a moment. But the score for High Ground, Frenet, Giddes, and Dinas, they want a piece of it.
A mythical pull for Dinas and his trio, as it's going to go around the edge of a mountain here, so hopefully they're going to be able to take it on contested, conserving a decent amount of mats, but for the players down below, they got to be careful if it ends up pulling over on the next zone. Marius, Pixie, Vanya know this, doing a good job staying ahead here, playing it as safe as possible, but I don't see too much mobility. Just a few dashes are all that's left.
They do have Memnis grenades, though. They could always opt to just dash towards one side, but Vanya first, he's got to escape the box that he's in entirely. Vanya now left in a little bit of panic here to just try and create some space, and Marius pays the ultimate price. He's made it to the front side, but he's gonna have to use that Memnis grenade. Pixie left behind in all of this chaos, and with how split Pixie and Vanya currently are at, it'll be really difficult for those two. They're essentially gonna have to play it as solos from this point on, because Panzer, Seti, Yapko, they just keep tearing through some of these lower layers. All the while, Height spraying down to some of these teams. Mix and Upper Focus just continuing to be berated by the rest of the lobby. Storm Surge takes to try and dash forward. He's trying to see if he can catch up with Vanya, but he's still looking to play his own life. He has just a little bit left over in the Chug Jug, and finally is able to reunite with Vanya. But these two are battered. It's going to be an uphill battle. This is a big shift, though, in the conversation here, because Seti, Panzer, they're the only two left standing, and they don't have any material, Takada.
All it takes is one big refresh, though, and if anyone can do it, it's gonna be Panzer and Seti. They've already picked up one, but playing backside of the zone, running into a full trio. Seti's gonna go down. Panzer now left as a solo. He does not want to take that path. He saw the trio, said, no, I'm going right back to where I came from. Medmis on the ground. Pixie doing a great job of staying up. He's lost Vanya. He's lost Marius. But alongside Marius in the last match, they clutched up an insane placement, and Pixie wanted to do it once again. Panzer's gone down. Full trio eliminated. 0 mad song to Pixie. 24 HP. All odds are against him in this moment.
24 HP and a dream.
Get the comparison of rags to riches. Veno collects him in the front side of low. Flixie, Veno, Vico looking rather healthy in comparison to where the rest of the lobby sort of stands up. But Tayson, Chicho, HVS, they also want to clear out as much space as possible underneath. And just like that, the lobby is turned against them. Veno and Vico now as a duo looking to see if they can break their way through some of these pre-existing builds. But Vico, he is absolutely out. It's going to come down to whether or not they can tackle this fight up against Atris and Tayson, but instead forced to fall back, misform early on. Tayson has so much heals in the Chug Jug, Takada. That might be the ultimate difference maker.
Can they get the back-to-back heal-off win? Vico, not too much of the luxuries. He's forced to get in the zone. Veno in a similar situation is going to go down to Tayson.
Down goes Veno's team.
Now, hold that thought. 3 Chug Jugs, full trio up, all on low ground, as now all they got to do is finish up these last players close to them. But Frenek and his trio have been able to hold on to height this whole match.
But look at Trexer, just a solo, randomly thrown into the fold, just dashing all around with this medallion, but he's not going to be able to withstand the pressure. Height ultimately wins out. Dinas not going to be able to tackle it, though. Tayson also traded out. Atris, Chicho, they're trying to solidify this. They're trying to see if they can take this one home. Frenek going to be the next one to fall. Atris will get the siphon, but Gitas all alone at the top. He's got the dash fights. He's got 2 Medmis grenades as well. This might just be the ultimate battle of attrition here. And Gitas finding 2
Ooh, and he found 2 med kits.
along the way.
He's got a spray and 110. Oh, I say it's going to be, I'm going to call him grass. I don't know if Chico's going to get this. Oh, there's another Chug Jug. Get the Chug Jug.
Unless it was his teammates that threw it, found those extra 2 medkits as Chicho now has ran out, trying to find.
Oh, Giras got the win. GG's, it's the end of game 4. We got 2 more games in the day 1 of the EU's Grand Finals for Major 3s.
For everyone else in those mid and lower layers, Takada. We just saw the lobby thinning out so rapidly because everyone is just trampling over each other, trying to see if they can make it over these peaks of elevation. It's just so many different shifts, and so having that height overview, that was just too much power here for Giras.
Yeah, to be fair though, it could have pulled back over the mountain and ended up pulling far, and they were still able to hold on to height, so they did a very good job conserving enough materials beforehand to close out the rest of that match without being overthrown. That is exactly what you love to see, but I love to see those 3 beautiful faces on the desk. So Frankie, Levin, Mini, let me know what you got to say.
I love to hear those beautiful voices, and I love to see a near back-to-back for Chicho's trio. However, props to Giras' trio for finishing that one off. That's probably the longest heal-off I have ever seen. So it's good that it came down to a good old-fashioned 1v1 with the weapons in the end, Levin.
I was gonna say longest healer. You weren't back with the pizza times, Frankie. Those are some long healers.
I remember the parties. I remember the parties, but they got cancelled pretty quickly.
I will say, big congrats to Garrus's team for that win. Big ups to Miniminer for calling them out as a team he thought could do it. But shock, Garrus's team wins a Canyon Crossing zone game. Wow, who would have ever thought? I mean, like, it's really funny. For the people who might not get what I'm talking about here, there has been an ongoing theme with this team. This team has looked very impressive all throughout this year, right? They've looked like a sleeper team and a team who have been able to put on great performances at times. But one of the key things that is always a common denominator whenever they perform incredibly well, it's that it's a Canyon Crossing zone. They obviously land Canyon Crossing, they're very familiar with the area, and they just have it figured out. If the zone's pulling here towards the end of the game, Miniminer, you can expect to see these guys way up there in the standings.
Yeah, sometimes teams can actually struggle when zone pulls all their way because they're not on the move. They're not trying to find Storm Surge tags in other areas. Everyone else is sort of coming to them, but they have it all just down to a T. And yeah, like you mentioned, I mentioned at the beginning of the show, still a lot of work to do. So I do think these guys can qualify for globals, maybe not get in that sort of top 3 echelon of the leaderboard, but definitely a globals qualification contention team. Let's just hope for them we have some more Canyon zones.
Well, I'd like to take a look at the leaderboard, but we can't do that until we've had a break. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to FNCS Europe. We have only 2 more games before we have to pass things over to North America. But what games they have been. It was so close in that last game, as it always is. But it was nearly a back-to-back victory royale for Tayson's team, Miniminer. I love to see Tayson doing well. And this is a team we can't sleep on anymore.
Yeah, I mentioned it going into this game that potentially they might have a little bit of a wobble now. That's been their sort of historical trend this season, but another really, really great performance from these guys. Second place, getting a huge number of eliminations as well, 15 in total in that game. And it's actually really nice to see Tayson in particular still performing at this level, at this stage of the leaderboard, at this stage of the competition level. It's nice to see the veteran still showing what he's got.
Absolutely, man. I mean, there was a time where you couldn't talk, you know, EUF and CS without mentioning Tayson's name. And, you know, maybe they heard me last game talk about how a lot of people don't consider them contenders. And they said, yeah, you wait and see about that one, Levin. Let's show you what contenders do. I mean, two very impressive games. A first and then a second. I mean, it puts you way up there in the standings, and it puts them in a position again where if they can just hold on, cling on, they're going to be going into the back end of the tournament tomorrow, you know, really looking good for themselves here. So I want to see them continue this momentum for sure.
Yeah, and it's nice actually because they are already qualified to the Global Championship, so we are getting to see a little bit of a freer play style, I suppose, than what we saw from them last major in Major 2. And it's actually nice to see them playing with that little bit of confidence now, that little bit of fluidity to their game, and you can sort of see it coming into play right now and putting them in a good spot on the leaderboard as well.
Putting them in a fantastic.
Oh, Vico Vena Flixie got fifth now.
Game one, they're just
Let's
behind.
go.
Say just behind.
They were Squeezy and Swizzy.
And Seti at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, Seti, man, I feel
like
Seti's normally a day 2 player, but here he is asserting dominance on day 1, Levin.
Yeah, they've been playing incredibly, incredibly well. I'm a big fan of how these guys are moving in these lobbies. And look, at times it's not been the cleanest, right? There's been a couple games where in these end games, things look a bit scrappy, but these boys will scrap, right? And look, we know Yapko can do it, right? Yapko was doing it on NA for a whole year, and we saw just how potent he could be with the firepower. We know Panzer can do it. You know, top aimer, we've seen him do it this season when he was, or earlier this year when he was playing with Mongo and Savage. Seti's showing up as well, though, and I think that's the huge thing, right? Where Seti maybe gets relegated at times to being this player who's just known for his smarts and his ability to lead. But now he can shoot his weapon as well, and he's doing that here well today.
Can I ask you guys quickly, did you expect this to be the trio where we really got to see Panzer settle in and get the results? Because he didn't do badly with Thomas and Uppel, and obviously with Savage and Mongol earlier in the year. But for me, it's just really interesting to see him find his feet and his focus, Minnie.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that he is. In terms of, was I expecting this trio to be the one? Definitely not. But it's great that he can play with these players that do have experience, kind of unlock his ability, and just able to frag out like we know he can. Now, though, the question for me, that's their first sort of wobble on the weekend. So are we going to see a bit of a comeback from them? It wasn't the greatest game. So I'm interested to see how they respond now, because it's been pretty smooth sailing so far.
We got to look at Vanya, Pixie and Maris. They're in 3rd place, but they need to up their game a bit because no eliminations, Levin, in that last game.
Yeah, similar to Seti's trio, sort of having their worst game of the day here in game 4. And so again, it's about, you know, how are the reigning champs going to respond, right? They're still in a good position. It's not like we're at a stage in the tournament where that one game has now thrown everything off completely. They're still sitting in a good point, but you can't allow this now to become a pattern.
No, not when you got Pixie on your team. I imagine there'll be a lot more eliminations in game number 5 as we head to Taco and Takata.
Thanks, Frankie. Just a couple games left for day 1. Don't worry, we still got day 2 with 6 more matches, but the leaderboard keeps changing. The only thing that's staying is that number 1 spot with Seti and his trio holding on strong. Shout out to CZB Exports, Nathan. They did a good job to put themselves in 4th place, but it's constantly changing, Taco.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of competitive, but we'll get a chance to see what changes happen next here in Game 5.
All right, chat. Here's the start of Game 5. Let's get it. Let's go. Get Davies in chat. And after this, there's one more game for the day 1 in the EU.
Malabuka versus Queasy. They weren't going head-to-head for the rare chest on the top of the main building in the POI. They kind of did some weird split. I'm not sure if it's because they had like all really poor drops and just forfeited kind of the drop, or if it was a trend that we'll see for the rest of these matches, but I'm excited to see how that does end up playing out here.
I think the more interesting development, though, with Demon's Domain is last lobby was really the first time we saw a true jump into the mix of a third party trying to, you know, just put their foot in the doorway, kind of remind both of these teams, whether it's Queasy, whether it's Malabukas, they don't care. They're willing to pick apart whatever isn't settled fast enough. at Demon's Domain, but Queasy just behind Malabuka. Guess who gets the chest first? And Queasy with a mad dash, but immediately dropping. He trusts Mustache will be able to solidify more than just that one limb. Malabuka getting knocked though, walks soon to follow. And this is exactly what Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy were hoping would have taken place in the last lobby. But they find the clean three-piece finish. And Demon's Domain just continues to be ruled by Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache.
Yeah, quick cleanup once again. The last match, neither trio really kind of got the upper hand, but so far it has been pure domination from Queasy, Mustache, Swizzy. Malabuka will have a whole day and one more match today to kind of figure out with this trio what they want to potentially change up going into day 2, because right now it's not working out for them.
Well, it's also a little bit of mind games coming to play now for some of these teams in these early engagements. Cringe, Volko, Vadil, and Cringe will be one of the first to strike here. But Vadil, he knows he's got to depend exclusively on Cringe to finish out this fight here at Outpost, but it's just not going to be enough. Clement and Ice will be able to finalize this battle. And that's a big win early on, but a devastating shot towards Vadil's team. They had a really tough time here today.
Yeah, it's not the best spot to be in, but I mean, you've got a whole other day, a whole night to kind of prep and figure out what you might want to change up. For Tayson, Chicho, and Haris, though, Levin was talking about it. Ever since they qualified to the Global Championships, they've been a bit kind of, I don't know if I'd say under the radar, but not talked about as much. And now in potential for taking that first place spot once again. Looking quite strong.
A little bit of EU Canada action, if you really think about it. But Tayson, he has his own established name for a reason, Takada. And even with these last 2 lobby performances, Tayson, Atris, and Chicho, they know what kind of turmoil lies in store. Dealing with the overnight experiences, all these teams are going to be surely drawing immediately towards these VOD reviews, trying to figure out what went south, how can we turn things around for day 2. Zangy, Belusi, and Rax choosing to resort towards a little bit more of a sneak method here at Crime City. And Atris, he unfortunately might be the first victim, and sure enough, that trap was just too heavy. 1 versus 3, those odds are always going to be very difficult to actually get out from, but this is a very different look, though, for Zangy, Belusi, and Rax, and these are the kinds of changes that you have to anticipate in a major grand final setting, Takada. Teams that normally would not be here, they're going to start interrupting your loop path strategies. Nobody is safe.
Nobody. I'm unlucky. I mean, Haris kind of had the best position you could be in for the surprise, breaking the roof into the chest, but he dropped right into it without looking beforehand. You really just don't expect a full trio to be waiting there by a chest, but you have to expect the unexpected in these major finals lobbies. You said it yourself, how much prep actually goes into them. So far, Flixie.
Well, we get to actually tune back in to see what we missed out. Brutal Boxcars challenge very early on for Doxy's team. They have made a rapid adaptation towards their early rotates, and Brutal Boxcars, they gave Pradaj Kantry and Finchek a break and went straight towards the source of Veno, Vico, Flixie. That is a big loss, though, for Flixie, having to play for the reboot instead to get his teammates back up and running. Yapko City Panzer all the while at Lone Wolf Lair. A little bit of a triangle surge setup, but all completely separate teams. But this is a big reason why we're seeing some of these surge numbers kind of just escalate way up in the charts, and that's where a lot of pressure is applied towards teams like Savage and Reason and Chap. Initially uncontested at Resistance Base, but we are seeing them be infiltrated a lot sooner than what they'd maybe been expecting. At the same time, though, so many of these players, they always tend to develop strategies for when these uncon turn into con situations.
Always be ready for what can happen.
Reason Savage Chap thought they were going to get a solid game, but ended up falling quite early in the previous match. And like we've mentioned previously, even though Vanya gets knocked here, it's not too much of an issue. He's not going to get pushed. Ooh.
Prodoxy and Pablo are on the move. Prodoxy was tagging somebody up pretty heavily with those kill switch revolvers. And now it seems clear that they wanted to get a little bit more damage application, and it's because of the reboot. Flixie, they departed Brutal Boxcars just long enough to let Flixie play through the reboot so they could one more time just forcibly shut down Veno, Vico, while they're still injured.
That's crazy. As they continue now to apply that pressure. Getting up close and personal, shots coming from multiple angles. Burning through mats as Flixie takes a big shot, getting knocked down. Chino, Pablo, Fred now getting extra aggressive. Veno falls shortly after, and it's all up to Vico in a 1v3.
It is a tough break here for Vika. Yeah, this is not the loadout you want to see. And at this point, it's only a matter of time before they eventually tear apart the train station enough to expose where Vico is at. But a player like Veno, you know he's going to be out for revenge against Prodoxy's team. This will pay a price potentially in the future. But for right now, it's all Pablo, Prodoxy, and Chino laughing their way to victory at Brutal Boxcars. That is a huge win. And to shut down Veno's trio so early on in this lobby, that's another one of our teams inside the top 10 of the leaderboard, Takata, that are forced to sit this one out early.
Yeah, not great looks, but you know, on the other hand, good looks for Pablo, Fred, and Chino. They had a pretty good
Well, there wasn't my pick for this to get a win.
10 elims, so hopefully now they can get another back-to-back decent match here. Axe Force, CZB, Nathan, similar situation. Now in the 4th place spot. Looking incredibly strong, so they do not want to go down early here, as CZB has been knocked by Teeny. I'm hoping it's a long-range knock, but we'll see.
If you have to think about it, the answer is probably too far away for it to make enough of a difference just yet. But hold tight, because Cammy, iDrop, Hottie, they are in a very tough position here. They want to push towards that edge of zone, but they're going to have to make a wraparound play instead. They do have the Memphis grenade to depend on. But this team, we saw a glimpse of greatness at the starting point, but now it's just about locking in the consistency. Teams elsewhere also still trying to keep their footing sound and secure. Chap, Reason, Savage directly underneath the Rift Island spawns right now, though. They're fully aware of the fact that they've got company.
Kind of following through the tunnel to see what they can find. Nothing so far, though. Dash is going to get reset. Looks like they're actually a bit hungry for it. They know they have that upper hand, and they're going to get aggressive with it. The bush right on in. Chap, without even looking, takes down Sined. Reason following with another elimination shortly after, and the full trio gets cleaned up.
Yeah, that slide by, secured knock there from Chap is the real disruption. That's all they needed. Close out that exchange rather quickly. That's going to buy them a lot of time for setting up for their next movement. But right now, we got to tune in, see what's taking place. We've been talking about those French natives, Takata, and wanting to see some of them qualify to that global stage. But for Kurama, Werix, and Akira, they are a team that's just looking to take whatever measures necessary to keep setting themselves at just one placement further. And they've got what it takes, that's for sure. And a lot of teams, a lot of fan favorites would love to see some French natives go through.
They really would. They're kind of head-to-head with Sato on the leaderboard in 9th and 10th, so hopefully one of them can make something happen here. So we look at the top 5. Tayson, Chicho, Haris in a beyond comfortable position.
Just looking back, controlling the rotates of the teams behind them. Chicho and Tayson, though, they've got their work cut out for them. They're still gonna have to play for the reboot eventually. Interesting, though, to see the developments taking place for Forstroki and Kiroi and Bevies. We've seen them in the previous lobbies, kind of looking to be more of that third-party intervention factor, but now dealing with Perhala, Masiak, and Kaisers, when you're trailing teams along these soft edges of the zone, Takada, you've always got to be wary of them just boistering up on these sides of the mountain faces and holding you too.
You really do. That's Forstroki and Kiroi. Connecting shots where they can, but going to continue with the rotate now. We'll take a look at what is going on with Wheezy Swizzy Merstache from the quick finish at the start. Now playing once again their safe rotate to zone, but potential few tags. A little bit of extra damage, but no, so far it's a pretty safe route.
Whole lot of trigger discipline there too from Swizzy. He contemplated it, and he might have even been able to connect onto those teams that were gliding in, but they trust in Queasy to not lead them astray. And the rotate is now underway. This is a very deep dead side rotation, though, from Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstache. They've got to be feeling really confident about their surge threshold after that off-spawn battle.
Another trio feeling confident. Giras, Frenic, Dinas kind of in a pretty safe position, to be fair. Right north of their drop spot, Canyon Crossing. Levin was talking about it. When they pull zone, they're extra comfortable, and it looks like they might be able to do it once again. You can see the amount of med kits that are stacked up, the amount of extra loot. Because now it's just a waiting game.
Not only that, but it's also nice knowing that you have those launch pads just in case you don't feel as if you'll be able to get to where you want to be as fast as you could be. But Seti, Yepko, that last lobby was their first stumble, and without Panzer, that's definitely going to be a pretty big delay in terms of how they're setting up for their mid and end game. They've got to basically just go on a recovery tour here, and they've got to try and elude the rest of the lobby that's taking notes of this team that's diving back into the storm. They're fully aware of the fact that these guys are clearly trying to make a play for reboot ban. Let's try and get whatever surge tags we can.
How much will they commit to it, though, is the big question. As we look back over to Trexer. Had a nice kind of finish to the last game, staying up. Now with his full trio, though, hopefully they can get a bit further. Playing edge of zone now, should have opportunities from players rotating on in.
Just overhead, though, you've got to make sure that you're keeping all of your angles covered. Something that Cheatin is definitely wary of. Trying to prevent himself from taking any kind of tag damage from these awkward side angles. So many different teams starting to really build up and surround around them, but Prodoxy, Pablo, Gino, still hanging out by Foxy Floodgate. And they've got some impressive loadouts to work with here, Takada.
That they do, and they've had it time and time again. It's the Oncon Supernova Academy. They've really got more than enough loot each game, and not only that, eliminations alongside it. They're incredibly efficient with their off-spawn, instantly go for the pump power aggression or, you know, any kind of surrounding area, and they've been incredibly successful with it so far. As Vanya, Pixie, and Marius as well, slowly climbing themselves up the leaderboard, despite having little rough end games of players always going down, kind of seem to be clutching it as duos, solos, so hopefully one of these matches we can have the full trio looking strong. This could be the one.
A little friendly tag there from Marius onto Savage. Although it might have actually done Savage's team a favor, gave them a heads up that there is another team potentially looking their direction. It's going to cause them to come to a little bit of a slowdown procedure. They're still trying to play for that wraparound, trying to avoid as much attention as possible, but same can't be said for Mappy, Trexer, and Cheetah. They are in the heart of battle right now up against Snazy, Ice, and Clement. And this fight could definitely dictate how these endgames are going to pan out for both of these teams. Trexer and Mappy, they definitely need this refresh. Snazy Also looking to get things started on the right foot, but Snazy instead doesn't know which way to turn, just getting pressured from two different sides. And that's going to be the first collapse here, as now Trexer trying to see if he can fight his way out of the box, but Clement picking up the pieces. Clement, 2 eliminations already. He just needs to find this last one onto Mappy. He's got the HP advantage and everything else working in his favor, but Mappy has done just enough to delay it and cheat in. He might not have enough HP to actually withstand this. He will have to fall back and wait for some assistance out of Mappy. But Clement, even with the HP advantage, you're still 1 versus 2 scenario. And I'm sure he wants to try and play for a reboot. Oh my gosh, it's falling apart though for Savage.
Talk about an elimination. Panzer taking out Savage and his whole trio. What a way to go down. This is not the part of the match you want to get eliminated in, and to the hands of Panzer, Yapko and Seti. This is going to be a tough one.
But job's not finished here. Panzer, Yapko, they've got to now tackle Chicho. They've already managed to take care of Tayson, and just like that, knocked over like dominoes. Chicho really expected a little bit more bite back there, but Yapko and Panzer confidently handling themselves. And those are big clutch instances. That's sure to light a fire when they reboot Seti for them to pull through strong in this lobby.
Yeah, making it look like an arena match for a second there, with how quickly they closed out that fight, not only once, but twice against 2 of the most solid trios of the lobby. Being able to reboot Seti, they're going to be looking for a big match here. All they got to do is focus on the rotate, get into zone now. They have more than enough of everything else. Axe Force, CZB Nathan looking to hold on to their spot on the standings as well. 303 above. Congested side, though. There's a lot of trios surrounding them.
And CZB already being focused out by the teams that are just positioned on these hillsides. They do have a lot of material, though, Takata, so they can definitely afford to continue wrapping around. It's just how much do you really want to be forcibly burned out of your builds? So that will be a misform just to cut across some open space here. But CZB getting caught out, just trailing a little bit too far behind the rest of his team. He was nearly taken down. Curious if he's actually going to be able to outlast the pressure that was being applied there from that rear flank. But Yapko, Panzer, Seti, they're all back up and running. And Kurama, if he's not careful, he might find himself in the crossfire there out of Yapko and Panzer. Seti definitely looking for some form of a refresh. He would love to get everything restored because they need more damage. They're just sitting above the threshold right now, Takata, and Seti will reunite with his team. Just too many teams rolling up into the vicinity, preventing them from closing in.
This could be huge, though. A sandwich opportunity between Akira. Right down the middle, it's Hizix, Howley, Dande. They're caught in the pressure. Each side playing shot after shot. Seti, Yapko, Panzer has now put themselves 277 above from those shots connecting. Akira is going to be the one that secured that elimination, though. And now, from seeing that the zone is a little far, they're going to choose to most likely take the rotate here instead of finish off the eliminations.
Hizix managed to crawl pretty far away from where all of this fighting is taking place. And Kurama and Akira thought for a moment they might be able to help him out, but no, he was definitely taken down and spotted out. Yapko, Panzer just continuing to try and stay ahead of where Howley and Go are at, but they're running smack dab into the center of Cantry and Pradaj. And this might be a chance now for Marias, Pixie, and Vanya to maybe take out one of our leading contenders, but first, they want to finish off by Frozy.
Oh my gosh.
Just gets trapped inside of Medias' box. Nowhere left for him to run. Marius gonna toss that one through. 2 bodies collected, and Medias with these pre-edits just diving up and under and over the wall to get these tags in. It's doing so much damage, but he's gotta be real careful that he doesn't get it picked off along the way.
That Superman Sprite doing its job, applying that pressure as Vanya, Pixie, Marius still up as a trio. This is exactly what they needed last time they fell during the high ground retake. We'll see that ends up happening once again. A quick replay to who was actually applying the pressure with the Superman Sprite. It was Seti, Yapko, Panzer. They needed that damage though, and after getting the knock, they didn't full commit to the elimination, but they got what they came for.
Seti needs a refresh though. That material count was way too low. He didn't really have any healing resources either in his loadout. Hadi, Cammy, eye drop, also potentially caught out with very little material to work with. There's just so much open space for teams to roam. If you don't have mobility at this current stage, Takada, and if you don't have the surge damage, you are just going to get lobbied, and that is all that Hardy, Cammy, and eye drop are doing right now. Jewel and Ghost, current victims of the pressure being applied right now. Hyper also being cleaned up, and what's crazier still, these eliminations not even going to Cammy's team, by the way. Kiddo being largely the one credited, and that's another issue too. You never know when your knock is just going to be picked up by somebody else entirely.
It's part of the game though, as Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy continue on through. Mist form getting used, good amount of damage, good amount of loot, heals, mats, everything they possibly need. They just cannot get caught off guard here, cannot get lobby focused, but with one of the best IGLs in the world leading them, hopefully they should be able to find a clean way in. Pradaj gonna be the team and the top of the mountain as Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy use another mist form to get closer.
And they're so blocked though. The pre-existing build is just doing them a solid here, keeping them out of the line of sight from Pradaj and Country. I did see Fincheck though, a little bit closer to where Queasy was at, so that could get dangerous at a moment's notice, but Pradaj just continuing to try and extend their presence on this hill face. All members of this trio currently looking different directions for more damage.
Country is doing a great job here, not going to where the zone's pulling yet, but instead trying to block off all the trios that could potentially rotate through that top side to give them a free rotate here onto zone. As now Seti's second height kind of looking around, seeing the potential options, but with the pressure getting applied by Pradaj and co, they might be running low as Fincheck getting ahead quickly, and it looks like they might just be able to hold on. The issue is they're going to need a refresh and they need more damage.
And the other problem too is that they're not even fully entirely on the front side just yet. They still have to deal with Queasy, Merstash directly underneath. Cammy, Hadi, also under heavy fire, but the secondary height layer, that's what Sweezy, Merstash, and Queasy were really after. It might be a little bit cut off here though. Yapko, Panzer, Seti also holding on to the secondary height position, but they've prevented Queasy from being able to continue tunneling forward. Queasy knows this is a bit of a risky play here. They might even opt to just go for a full-on layer switch. They could just even try for the ultimate high re-tackle, but that zone pull back for a moment here, and Queasy gonna send it forward off the misform. Country, Fincheck, Pradaj, they invested so much for height, and they've managed to maintain it for the time being. Panzer has been a victim, though, of this secondary height madness, but it's really Fradoxy, Pablo, and Chino who are out here to shine.
Panzer is getting knocked down as well. I saw some wood builds up above. They're going to be putting themselves into pressure shortly if they aren't able to find a refresh. Seti playing as a duo with Yapko after losing Panzer. Now they're forced to move forwards as a duo. They're able to get ahead of zone, but with wood builds, the triple spray might lead to their demise as Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy have not looked for height yet. They're running low on mats. They're going to get aggressive. Pre-edits come through. Shots connect. Akira gets knocked down. That's a quick refresh for our dominant trio.
That was everything just for that moment's notice, but they still have to deal with Pradaj, Country, and Fincheck up above. Not only that, but Marius, Pixie, Vanya. This could be a devastating blow to any team that happens to run the wrong direction, get caught out by these guys. Pink has been smothered in the low ground. Seti and Yapko are still somehow making this work, but Seti will unfortunately meet his demise. Queasy just waiting at that front side low. Marius, Vanya, they're taking out Bevies. That little bit of siphon could be the difference here. But Vanya, he still has a few charges left in this misform. He's gonna try to get ahead, try to steal some of this other team's med miss grenade, and then crank upwards. It's all about overcoming the real challenge of height, just getting to height in the first place. Queasy building for his life, cranking for his life. But has he done enough to separate? The hero rank up could buy him a little bit of time, but his HP was just too low. He finally gets cleaned up. The dodge forced to dash back. Memmis grenade, but he has 0 builds. They invested too much for height, and they couldn't hold it.
Chino for Doxy, looking like they want to take it here. Pushing for a buff as players are falling like flies. Elimination after elimination for Doxy. Chino and Pablo looking like they have the potential to close this match out. Pradaj goes down. Walls being taken. Chino with a double edit connect onto Mary.
Oh, chat with the W. Doxy and his trio comes out on top for Game 5, chat. We got one more game left, and then it's the end of day 1 for the Major 3 Grands for EU. So y'all hang out for that one last match, and then here in a little bit we'll be running the live event at 2:30. So y'all don't want to miss it.
By the time we made it to this late game transition, everybody was so focused on what was taking place in the high ground. Queasy, Pradaj, all the while, Doxy's team just slipping through the cracks, cleaning house in those low and mid-ground layers. And it's just impressive still because they're having to scale their way up the mountain in the process, Takada. But whole team having triple misform makes a big difference.
They've done an amazing job to consistently make it to that top 10, but they've been missing that big match, that massive amount of points to push them up the standings, but they've finally done it. They now have gotten the highest elimination match of the day, and I'm excited to see where that puts them on the leaderboard, so let's head to the desk to break that down.
That was a high-risk, high-reward game, and that is what we expect from Prodoxy 11. Finally, a victory royale for the Danes.
Finally, man, we were waiting for a game like this, and we knew they could be the ones to deliver it. And I mean, the audacity, the nerve, the gall to even come into the FNCS Major Finals and just pop off like you're playing an eval or something. These guys are on a different level. It's not been the greatest of days for them, but a game like that will surely kick off the spark.
Yeah, hopefully now that'll allow them to kick on and they can just continue this sort of momentum, because this is exactly what we sort of expected from this trio going into this weekend. The way that they played those mid-ground layers was so good. So many eliminations as well, very reminiscent of what we saw last major as well. And taking height, that late on, that late push for it is exactly how this trio like to play. And now this is going to be huge for them, as Takata mentioned, so many eliminations there for this trio. So I'm really expecting big things now. Hopefully that does wonders for their confidence.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, for a lot of this year, right, when we've talked about firepower in EU, the trio everybody looks at is Vico, Veno, Flixi. These guys came through and they snatched their chain. Just mad disrespect. They said, we are that trio. We are the team that's going to get you the 20 bombs in finals lobbies. Not just any lobbies, in major finals lobbies. What a game. Look, it doesn't even matter if you're not having a good day, because you have a game like that, and I've not seen the leaderboard yet, but I know they're going to be up there. I know they're going to be visible on it after that game. So, again, this is why, you know, when you have talent like this, you just got to let them cook sometimes. Pablo, Chino, Fredoxy, all of them, things clicking. You love to see it.
I'm just absolutely mesmerized by all these endgame eliminations. They're getting on top of the ones.
I mean, chat, they got 19 elims. W.
So hopefully more of it after these few moments. mentioned moments as we went into the break there, and we have got game 6 to make some more before we head into day 2. Let's talk though about game 5 first. Marius, Pixie and Vanya, they knew they needed to up their game in order to challenge for the number 1 spot. And while they didn't get loads of eliminations, we did get to see them make it to second place, Miniminer.
Yeah, mature performance from these guys so far. You know, they haven't necessarily had their best day 11. I don't think they would, I'm sure they would be the first to admit that. But what they've been able to do is consistently make these end games. They haven't been too aggressive with eliminations. They haven't been trying to force any refreshes, any of those sort of late game lunges, if you like. But what they have been able to do, very, very consistent. Marius there clutching up a little bit to get themselves a second place and keeps them in third place.
Oh my goodness. Look at that, man. Look at that. Straight into second place. Bob. Easy.
That's what's going to happen, though, when you get 21 eliminations. Frodoxy's trio there, Levin's referring to going from 6th to 2nd in the blink of an eye, Levin.
That is the highest elimination win we have seen a team get. Not just this year, but joint ever in trios. That is just crazy. And not just in EU, across all regions, in trios, a 21 elimination game is the joint highest. The last time we saw a team get 21 eliminations in a trio FNCS major final was literally Season X in Chapter 1.
Has Frodoxy been watching some Peterbot demos, maybe? Miniminer?
Hey, man.
Maybe. 22 next game is all I want to say. You know, let's try and smash that record. I don't want any of this joint activity, but no, it's a great performance from them, and I want to see more from them now leading into tomorrow as well as the last game.
Well, I wonder if...
Let's see, that wasn't 21, it was 19, because one had 7, another had 7, and another had 5. That's 19. But still, since Season X, that's crazy.
These guys, going into this last game, they sit in a great spot. You know, it's funny because I know there's a lot of pros who have their two positions, like, I don't want to be in first after day 1, you know, stuff like that, right? But ultimately, these guys should be so chuffed with how they perform because... You know, many people didn't expect this. Whether or not they can hold on as the lobby adjusts, right? They've had, you know, their fair share of rough moments throughout the day, Mini. And so, you know, things aren't clear as day, right? We've just seen from how Chino performed. We've seen from how Vanya and Queasy's trios have been able to stay in it. You know, these good teams come tomorrow, they will find form and they will find their strides. Seti's trio is still a big test for them. They need to keep moving like this.
Yeah, well, Panzer in particular as well, Yapko, this is probably the first sort of time they're going to be in this sort of situation going into day number 2. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that trio develops now. Of course, Seti's been in these situations many times in the past, so it's going to be definitely on him to make sure they stay level-headed, go into this last game with a sort of fresh mind and into tomorrow as well with the exact same frame of mind. Couple of wobble games now, that's an 11th and then a 9th, so not an ideal performance, but they're staying in it. They're not absolutely crashing and burning, which is really important.
It'll be interesting to see where Queasy's trio goes from here. They're pretty consistent on that leaderboard, sitting in the 4th position. This feels very similar to Major 2 for me now, Levin. I'm just wondering, are they going to be able to step it up again?
It's funny you say that, Frankie, because in Major 2, after day 1, they were in 4th position, right? So you'd be spot on in saying it feels like that, because it is like that. The question will be, unlike Major 2, will they be able to rise on day 2 and become a team that is going to fight till the end to win it? I'd like to hope so, but the question marks lie around the Osborne situation. They've been fine, Osborne. They've been rolling through Malibuca's trio. But does that change tomorrow? Are things going to be the same? If Malibuca's team wakes up and decides, actually, no, we shouldn't troll the rest of the day, we should actually just leave, are they going to be ready for uncontested? Will they have prepared, like Queasy himself had said on social media? So there's still a bunch of question marks, I think, around this team, Mini.
Yeah, I think does that change now going into this 6th game? Will Malibuca try something now to lead into tomorrow? And then, of course, that leaves Queasy's team with a bit of a problem with the lack of surge they're getting off spawn. I'm sure they have the answers to it, but it's definitely going to change for them. And I think in terms of all those teams at the top, that's the situation that's most likely to change going into tomorrow.
Well, we've got 7 more games before we find out who will be wielding the Blade of Champions. And this game really does set the agenda for tomorrow. Some of those trios in the top 10, they have nothing to lose. They just want to play for the win. They're already qualified for Leon. That makes them extremely dangerous. Let's see what damage they do in Game 6.
At the same time, Frankie, all those teams that are looking to try and take over, lock in those last final seats for the Global Championship Battle Bus, it does start here right now, closing things out with a solid finish in Game 6, Takada.
Yeah, I mean, Frankie was talking about the trios outside top 10. We saw what's possible in a single match. 21 eliminations, 8-8-5, either way. Look, it's possible. That's the main thing. We're in the finals, Taco. The skill level here is at an all-time high on the European region. And now going into the last match of the day, 6 more to be played out tomorrow. I'm excited to see how we close things out. Will Demon's Domain still be contested? What changes are we gonna see from the trios that have not met expectations? But we don't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready. So let's get right into it.
All right, chat. Last match of the day for day 1, FNCS Major 3 Finals for EU. After this, y'all stay tuned. We'll go back live again here about 2 o'clock. So we'll end this live and start up a new live and get ready for the live event. And then after that, we'll be doing the NA Central. So y'all hang out, enjoy, and hey, drop some comments in chat. Hit that like button if you're new to the channel. Hit that subscribe button.
And Queasy's Domain stands tall. Can't fault Malabuka in the slightest. You give it a swing, it's a miss. Unfortunately, they're going to have to opt to a different strat, but at least for Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache, they are very happy to finally have a chance to see what Demon's Domain looks like uncon. But again, that early search, like you alluded to, Scott, that could be a real problem for them.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's the game plan now. I guess we'll see. They're split up, if I'm not mistaken. So they're doing a bit of a split drop here. Are they going to push into it? Are they going to... Yeah, this is bringing up a lot of questions for me.
Going to the outskirts, spiral shoots is definitely a choice. This is, for sure, a competitive strategy that Malabuka might be trying to chef up with his team, but for Wax and Ping, whether or not it was them having the intentions of outright contesting Demons, or maybe they're trying to catch Queasy, Swizzy, Mustache, somebody off guard whenever they try to venture towards that southern section, but right here, right now, Takada, it does seem like some of these early off-spawn battles have just fizzled out. Teams opting to just play for a more neutral territory, not wanting to take their chances with losing and winding up with pretty much no points after day 1.
Yeah, Sato had a very strong start alongside his team, but after some off-spawn, I don't know if I'd call them misplays or just things not quite going their way, they have kind of dropped down quite a bit, but whole other day to come back from it. Ping walks Malabuka now. Quick to get themselves into a fight.
Oh, and Snazy on the receiving end of it at that. Ping, big opening shots there. That's a nice elimination and a pretty strong start, but they're going to need to find a few more of those types of eliminations, Takada, if they really want to convert this, because remember, being Wax Malabuka, they've practically sat out every single lobby here today. It's always going to be very tough to scale back up and make up for the lost time, but it's something that some veterans could definitely rise to the challenge for.
100%. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Cammy, Hari, iDrop. There's another trio that are looking incredibly strong off the start. And I wouldn't say they're, falling off completely. They're still in a solid spot, but you know that this team wants more than just a qual spot at the Global Championships. They want to take home the trophy here for Major 3. So currently sitting in 8th place. The job is not even close to finished.
Physics and Dendapuzo. Howley, a little bit caught up here, but they are able to come out on top. It's only at the expense of Physics, but a double revive. Close that one out, no problem. Lixium's team, unfortunately, just getting a little bit of a taste of what a set finals lobby experience is like. Yeah, they're not the only one. Pablo, Ferdoxy, Chino, they've struck yet again. They're sick of playing through the surge-based methods. These early rotates have been gnarly for the other teams.
That's a big elimination, though, taking out your competition, quite literally. The trio that's currently in the #1 spot. One of the players now has been taken down by the second place trio. Coming from that win, they are on fire, and Panzer is doing what he can to stay hidden.
Oh no, Panzer is so trapped inside of that bush. He's gonna lose so much time in this final lobby, Takada. And we don't even know where Seti is at just yet either. Like, it's only Panzer trying to stay hidden. Maybe Seti can look for a lone play of a reboot, but Panzer's got to hope that the distraction is steeper. Nebs, Kyoto, Pink, they also want to maintain themselves in the conversation for that leaderboard consistency and finding that early elimination. Nice look to start the game off.
Yeah, not too bad, but just the start for Pink, Kiro, and Nebs. Marius, on the other hand, making use of their efficient kind of early game strategy, per se, where some of them will be doing the surge damage, others will be looting, others will be getting extra heals, mats, whatever it could be to maximize that efficiency. But Reason has to be careful. He's lost Mr. Savage. Wheat looking to close it out now as they push up to Reason. No shield to work with. 5 bullets in the shotgun. 5 wooden builds left. For Reason to clutch this one up, he's gonna need to hit the shots of his life.
Oh, cut short on that attempt, but it's a solid effort. Just not quite able to make the recovery that they were amping for, but Panzer and Seti, they've managed to somehow escape the clutches of Ferdoxy's team. And Sined, Nafizi, Wheat, if they're not careful, it's not like Nafizi is the healthiest player by any means here, Takada. This could definitely be turned against them. But for Wheat, you just see, we'll look back now on how Savage exactly went down and the rest of his team. They were just a little bit too extended. Sined and Nafizi did a really good job at approaching from separate angles, and Wheat just hoping to really seal the deal.
Yeah, they took the time now that they were able to heal back up, so only hope here is that they walk through this bush and able to pick up a quick knock, and Wheat might be the victim, but quickly enough to regroup comes through. But I see a potential here. Hiding in the bush, it's a matter of time.
They want to make sure that the players are split enough from each other that this is going to be a freebie, and Wheat just barely managing to cut across. He's still standing somehow, some way. And now Sined, Nafizi immediately called to action. They're going to be sure to pack up their boy however necessary. And Panzer, Seti, it was a valiant effort there, Takada. But that one just runs dry, and they're going to have to just look elsewhere. They're going to have to fall back and get away from where Wheat and them are at.
A quick side note, I saw on the feed for actually not only did they take out Yapko at the start, but I just saw them take out Pixie as well. The #1 and #3 trio going on the receiving end from what's looking like a potentially incredibly strong trio. But actually, now that I think about it, it might have just been a trade from the base. But either way, looking quite strong.
Oh, same can't be said though for Akira. Nice pickup though from Nebs. And now Kyoto, Pink, still playing on these outskirt positions, north side of the map. They might be able to track down Werex. Instead, kind of recognizing that they do want to start getting a move on with their rotates. Seti and Panzer though revisiting Lone Wolf Lair. Caught up one more time with Ferdoxy, Pablo, and Chino. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Panzer? He's now trying to see if he can escape the fray. Pablo inside of the building, though, looking to try and cut Panzer off. Approaching from that flank. Dash just a little bit too far forward. Seti retreating back inside of Lone Wolf Lair, playing on the opposite end of it. And Panzer has been eliminated, so it's all down exclusively to Seti. And this is exactly what Chino, Paluingo, and Ferdoxy were after. They're looking to take matters into their own hands, control their own narrative. They They missed out last major, and they're not looking for that to be a repeat in this one, Takada. Because when your first place competition is down and out for the count, and the next team after you is at 288 points compared to your 341, this could be a crazy.
Well, first place is now out, so there's a chance Production and them can make that first place finish in day one. Let's go. What a game so far.
Looks like it's calmed down for a moment. Axe Force now gonna pop that miss for him. CZB gonna follow shortly behind them. Disengage will come through. Eliminations from both ends of the pact here, and Robin said, okay, I'll let you go, but not without taking a bit of damage. As now closing the gap, looking for what I would say were angles, but with the amount of aggression coming from Robin, I think he wants more than just a couple tags here as the pursuit is on.
It's just a classic 2 versus 2. Who can outlast the other? But Axe Force prepared to fight, definitely knows what's coming. CZB, a little bit too split, trying to make sure that he doesn't get trapped between the two. Robin, that's gonna be the Memphis grenade. And now it's down to Kylie. See if he can apply a little bit of pressure from a separate line of sight. But Axe Force, CZB, they're playing hip to hip. They're not looking to take any chances here. They're in deep inside of the storm. They know if they win this exchange, they'll be able to make a play for the reboot. And Axe Force whiffs the shot. The pump not gonna connect. He'll be forced to misform away. And Robin, Kylie still looking to give chase. But now it's CZB who might be a little bit too exposed. He's scrambling, looking to get away from Kylie and Robin as quickly as possible, but Robin just relentless. And CZB, Axe Force, their last Memphis grenade has just been used. Kylie and Robin are out for a vengeance here, though. And Kylie, he's nearly connected every single time here, but instead turned one more time into CZB's favor. Robin has fallen, and now CZB could potentially come up clutch. Instead, it's Kylie who's taken the Bears completely back into his team's favor. Axe Force will finally close this one out. And Kylie still lingering. Doesn't want to let Axe Force get this revive going, but Skvi, Trulex, and Teeny, they're going to be the real victors of this exchange right now, Takada.
Or are they? As they choose to take the rotate instead of fight. This Trulex continuing to go on ahead.
Rotate, though.
It's going to be a while from now, though, with the amount of distance that they have to make. Axe Force seems to have picked up CZB. At least they know now that no more third party is close by, with a big shot from Kylie. Has that 1v2 disadvantage, but with the shots being connected, could turn around. The issue is, Kylie's just giving them so much time to heal up, pop the chugs. Uh-oh. Potential angle from CZB. Now denied, as Kylie is going to ultimately get taken out. No more materials to work with. Axe Force, CZB finish up the fight and now make their way to zone once again.
Kylie and Robin, they were just looking to try and claw their way back into some solid leaderboard contention for ending the day. That's why you go for these off-spawn battles and whatnot, but really well played here. I don't think that Chino and Pablo have any intentions of slowing down for their elimination counts. 21 in the last lobby as a team, and with 5 already, Takada, in this 6th game. It is kind of insane to think about what kind of precedent they might be setting here.
The pressure is on. The good news is all these teams have another full day of 6 matches, so despite a potential poor finish here in day 1, they have a whole other day to get that comeback. For Chicho, Tace, and Haris, though, not as much to worry about in 5th place, but already being qualified to the Global Championship. What they want is a 1st place finish here. Queasy, Swizzy, Merstash, due to the zones, do have the luxury of being able to just kind of base up on their drop spot at Demon's Domain.
But the tags just kind of poking into their sides. Certainly going to be annoying to deal with. Still, they have a pretty big advantage right now, just based off the way that the zones have been pooling. They haven't really had to venture too far away from Demon's Domain, but that could also be working against them, Takada, because they haven't really had the opportunity to kind of push outwards and try to see if they can apply a little bit of surge damage onto the teams surrounding the outside of Demon's Domain, basically. So I am very interested to
Holy
see.
moly, 32 victory royales is a world record, and Queasy has it. That's cool.
For some of these teams.
100%. Rico Venoflixi, they have been running into trouble at the start of these end games. Kind of forced into shambles without enough damage. Forcing a lot of mats to be used and just not really having everything they need to close out a big game.
At the end of the day, though, it's still Veno. And as long as Veno is around, there is always going to be some kind of mastermind strategy that comes into play. Whether it happens in this final lobby today, Takada, or it's something that we witness come day 2. I could just never count that trio out for anything. No matter what the initial performance might appear to seem like. Hadi, Cammy, iDrop, though, you have to kind of look at it as almost like a double whammy there for Cammy. You're seeing the huge successes of Seti. It's almost like that additional pressure being applied because you know that the public perception is going to be which of these two got the better end of the deal. And right now, it's coming up so clearly, Seti, that it's just got to linger on the back of your mind. But Cammy's such an experienced competitor too. I'm sure it's pressure that he knows how to handle.
100%, and that will be shown in day 2 as Cantry, Pradaj, and Fincheck. We've seen them a lot, but they've yet to kind of make a name for themselves on the top end of the leaderboard here. As if they run into Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino now, maybe once again it'll get shut down. The amount of aggression coming from this team, 2,100 surge above.
It's less about Pradaj running into Pablo and more Fredoxy, Pablo, and Chino chasing them down. They have consistently been a thorn in the side all day long for Pradaj's team. And the only relief, really, that Pradaj has experienced has been when Fredoxy has opted to go for more aggressive challenges to teams that he views as...
At one point, Fredoxy and his team will be tied for first.
The approach towards Veno at Brutal Boxcars, Game 4, last lobby. And I think that it's just very tough to kind of read what Fredoxy is actually cooking right now, because they've shifted their focus so many different times that none of the teams nearby Supernova Academy have any idea where they're planning on heading first.
Looking over to Marius, Pixie, Vanya. I mean, they're at the top end of the leaderboard, but I feel like they have yet to get that big match as well. They've gotten some seconds, some thirds, but they've been lacking the kind of full trio chemistry. Either one gets picked off, they're forced to play as a duo, so I'm still waiting for that big match. I mean, they've played more than well enough to keep consistent and be in the top 3, but we want that first place from a trio of that caliber. Kararma left alone, getting ticked by Surge, 30 below, despite the spare minis. Still not a position you want to see yourself in.
Far south zone pool, though, is always going to be very difficult for these teams, hugging more towards that northern section of the map to kind of catch up towards. It's Karama trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive here for his trio, but 106 below. Surge consistently forcing him into having to split his focus between using all of these small shield potions and just running into edge of zone. Even as a solo, it's only a matter of time here, Takada, before somebody happens to look back and sees Karama just sprinting for dear life to try and make it into the safety of zone.
Yeah,
he had 9
at least
mini shield potions, by the way. And now
not
he's
anymore.
Down to his last 3.
Not anymore, Taco, as he's forced to use the last minis, 169 below. He's kind of hoping to maybe find a solo, a duo, because if it's a full trio that sprays him, it's not going to be enough. With the position he's in, he has to overbuild. He has no option to conserve materials here. It's all or nothing. Full build in zone, hard mats, do what you can to stay up, but when you have to focus on getting damage at the same time, it makes it that much more difficult. Tayson Chicho, though, great pickup here. Some extra loot as they have a massive kind of section here in the low.
They have completely caved out this low ground and tunneled so far. But look, on the other end of the tunnel, though, Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache. And the way that Queasy already scouting, trying to take note of what exactly it looks like closer to the high ground. All he needs to do is just wait to see for Swizzy and Mustache. They're going to go ahead and dump as much of their heals as possible towards their IGL. They know that when it comes to the high takes, they're probably going to commit a lot of material because they understand the fact that this is a pretty open space to work with, Takada.
It really is. I'm excited to see something happen from Vico Venoflixi here. You can see they're just looking for an opportunity as any trio decides to make a rotation here. Now come some opportunities. No shots being connected yet.
Just the calm before the storm, really. As Jewel, Ghost, Hyper, not able to withstand a little bit of the lobby focus from inside of their surge base. Too close for comfort. And at this point, you can definitely anticipate teams to key if they get a knock. But Belusi, Zangi, could potentially be promising for them. They look like they were posturing for trying to take over high ground. Pablo, Prodoxy, everybody so distant though compared to where True Lex V and Teeny were at.
Here it comes, the pre-edits from iDrop, Cammy, and Hari. Unable to find the quick shot though above them. Zangi, they heard the crack come through. They know the pressure's onto them. A triple spray potentially to drop down one of their opponents could be the play here, or even just a full drop down. They're in the perfect position to triple spray them though, but they just need a bit of damage. Rax gets knocked, but iDrop gets full eliminated to Storm Surge without even giving his teammates the opportunity to pick him back up.
And they're still sitting 112 below, and the gap just continues to increase. Hadi gonna have to take a moment here now to just play through this shield potion, absorb a handful of ticks. He doesn't have a misform to actually immune the damage. He's just gonna have to take a fight and hope that it pans out in his favor. For right now, though, Chug still in motion, 3 medkits to boot. If he does get eliminated, that might be a huge play for the heal-off in these final moments. If a team is able to collect those goodies from him, but at least for right now, Hadi still managing to push through. Jumps in onto where Flixi and Vico are at, but this duo might be a little bit too much to handle, and they're not going to give him the chance even. Hadi now forced to try and play out some of these medkits, just praying for placements and any kind of bailout.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Prodoxy's team's officially in first.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. And a similar tough position as Mustache and Queasy are now in after they lost Swizzy, forced to recuperate a bit of the dashes, but with just 29 HP, one shot could be enough to take Mustache out. He's gonna have a bit of time to pop the Chug now, but seems that he's split up from Queasy. 5 builds is all that he has left. Medmist gonna be popped, no more shields, everything going downhill for this trio, despite them pulling zone to their drop spot. The double-edged sword has not ended in their favor.
Malabuka choosing to not contest Queasy early on is definitely showing in the surge numbers. It's hard to, reroute your initial starting plan when 5 games in a row you were dealing with that all-spawn contest initially, but Veno, Flixi, they're just parking completely, cutting through the center of zone even, and everyone else too preoccupied with just trying to stay standing on their own 2 feet. So many of these teams are just being split into solos and duos, and just like that, end of the road here for Mustache and Queasy as they get picked apart, approaching from the backside of zone.
Up above it is going to be Trexer, but for our kings of what I would say this match, and potentially the whole lobby, if they get it good enough.
Holy moly, 1,000 above? That's crazy. They are officially in first.
Incredible pickups coming through. That's a risky refresh to go for.
7 limbs.
Danger, and they're going to leave it.
They've got to make
And down with Prodoxy.
Lone Wolf and eliminating Seti's trio, worth it. Even as a duo, they can still capitalize from that mid-ground position, but it will be tough A road ahead has got Atris, Chicho, and Tayson also maneuvering through it all the while. Cheatin', Mappy, Trexer still holding on the high ground, but Pablo, Chino directly underneath. Couple more charges left in this misform. Pablo just looking for an opening. Chino right next to him. Got to make sure, even as a two-man party here, they still have to hold their back tarp, but they're also going for the pre-ed, and they find it onto Splik. But they can't make it to the body just yet. They have to wait. Pablo is going to be the first one to jump through. He's got a little bit of siphon here, the misform too. And Chino and Pablo, they're trying to make sure that they do everything in their power to leapfrog that first place position on the leaderboard. We got to hone in a little bit closer to what's been happening on the ground here with Chicho, Tayson, and Atris, because they are clearing out space.
They gotta be careful though, because Vico Benoflixi had an incredible rotate with the misform to take the front side of low, so they have full control now of it as Chino is left alone.
Chino is by himself, the top team.
To clutch up a good bit of placement, but you gotta be careful if you go second high. The pressure will be on you. A full trio right under Chino, forced to make tough decisions as now Tayson,
Benoflixi went down.
doing what they can to take that front side of low ground, and it looks like they might have just done it.
Something about the second half of today's games that's just completely been locked in here for Tayson.
Vico went down too.
They've also found a knock onto Sandgilt, splitting that trio apart, but it comes at a cost. Tayson has been eliminated. It's now down to Atris and Chicho to keep replicating some of their consistency success throughout the course of today's matches, but
Vino's hurt. Oh no, Vino goes down. Vino goes down. Chico's by himself.
Good news for Chicho. He's got a chug, he's got bigs, he's got more than enough heals, but even better news for Chicho.
Full team on height. It drops in.
More healthy than ever. Not a single contestation coming through, but the issue is running quite low on mats. Seems to be a full trio right under them. Demon Storm picks. Are they going to want that high ground position? Volko's been knocked. Cheatin' getting closer and closer. Applying that pressure. Does not want to give
He's trying to break in.
Darm any bit of air as they continue to take those shots and get ahead, but no eliminations coming through, as I might have spoken through soon. Demus gets knocked down. Cheatin' gets right into the action, as all he needs to do is hit a few more shots.
Cheatin' just gonna get up close and personal now, but Mappy, he's gotta follow through, chasing out, trailing Giddes, knows that misform's gonna exit
Master goes down.
It comes at a steep price there for Mappy. He will trade his life.
Now stomping the hill off.
Trexer, the best odds possible. Cheatin' trying to see if he can track down Darm. Darm healing for his life currently.
Oh, Cheatin' goes down.
Wasn't able to actually take those two medkits towards Trexer, but
Trexer and Darm, they're hitting the hill off. Gonna get the finish. Ooh, and the medkits. Uh-oh. Who's gonna hill off? Who's gonna win it with a hill off? Both got chugs, both got meds. Who's gonna hit it? Darm's got, and he's got several of those. And Trexter comes out with a dub. How about that for an in-game chat? W's all the way around. Game 6 over. That means day 1 for EU is done. So we will be hitting day 2 for EU tomorrow, same exact time. We're going to hang out, check out what the top 10 list looks like, and then we're going to get ready for the 2:30 live event today. So y'all hang out. We're going to in the live after we get the leaderboard, and then we'll be back at it here in about 15 minutes after that. So y'all just hang out, check out this leaderboard, and see what the leaderboard looks like for day 2. And put some W's in the chat. That was a good day.
Because it's been an uphill battle. A lot of struggles with the off-spawn contest over at Utopia City. That's always going to be difficult to try and tangle with. But Cheatin', Trexer, Mappy. For a moment, you almost had to think, just maybe, the Fall-Ins are going to steal this one away. But Trexer, all you can do at that point is just play through the Chug Jug and trust that you've done everything in your power leading to that heal-off circumstance to actually overcome in the end.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations for the VR. Also, to Pick Steamer Starm, they only had one match in the top 10 before that game, and now that they've got the Victory Royale, they have 2 matches that were more than enough. That is it for Taco and I in the caster booth. We'll be back tomorrow for more action, but before we close this out, we have to go right back over to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. Tell us what you're thinking right now.
Thank you so much, Taco and Takata. And I'm thinking the high ground has it. Every single trio that's won a Victory Royale today has asserted dominance on the high ground at some point and pretty much dominated it for most of the end game. Mappy's trio being no different, Evan.
Absolutely. Look, they were the team that won the final game of Group 3 last weekend, and they win the final game of day 1 today. We know they have the ability to win games in this manner, and what a time to do it, Minnie.
Yeah, perfect. Sets them up nicely here now for day number 2. Wasn't their dream day 1, it has to be said, but they have shown signs of life and brilliance in these end games. So I think for them tomorrow is going to be about finding that consistency a little bit more. I'm sure this will boost them up in the standings as well, so it'll do wonders for their confidence. And I think that's really what's important now going into day 2, having that confidence. Some of the teams would have dropped a little bit, some of the teams would have risen up and gone up in the leaderboard and in the standings, but it's all about carrying that momentum now into tomorrow. We got 6 more games of Fortnite. There's going to be the same scoring format as well, so truly anything's possible.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the major players, the movers and shifters in this lobby, because for Doxy, Pablo and Chino, they really turn things around towards the end of the day, Minnie.
Yeah, this is what we kind of expected going into the day, and then they sort of turned it on halfway through. I think they forgot who they were, I guess, in terms of what they were capable of. And then, of course, that 21 elimination game, that was huge for them. They had another huge game before that, and even this one, it's another solid end game. And to be honest, in their position, I'm sure we'll have a look at the leaderboard. They just need to keep these games coming, Levin, keep these end games coming, because it seems like they're very active off spawn, they're very active early game, finding their surge in different ways, and that's just how they like to play.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, if I just came off the back of, like, the best game in trio FNCS history, then, yeah, I'd be feeling pretty good, too, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, so I'm sure they're feeling great right now, to be honest with you. Yeah, look, this is a team who we know what they're capable of. They showed it to us last season.
Doxy on the top of the list.
Especially after that victory.
We go Venom Flick season 7th.
It's a scary, scary prospect.
All right, chat.
Last season,
that's going to end it for this live. We're going to come back here in just about 15 minutes or so for the live event. Y'all hang out, and we'll catch y'all there. Y'all take care. God bless. Peace out. We'll catch y'all in the next one. God bless y'all.